This is CTV, Canada's official network of the Olympic Winter Games. The following is a special presentation of CTV Sports.
The battles of October have brought us the stuff real-life legends are made of. And now, as the World Series enters its 9th decade, we're still filled with that same sense of awe when the champions of the American and National Leagues clash to create the annual Fall Classic.
Push out Frito, back. He makes a one-handed catch against the bullpen. Oh, doctor. Way back, it is. Oh, one, here comes the pitch. Strike three. A no-hitter. Wins the game for John Morrison. That's the ball goes down. It is. The Pirates win. If it stays fair, it's gone. Home run. The Red Sox win. And a ground ball, trickling. It is a fair ball. Gets by Buckner. Down the third night. The Mets will win the ball game. The Mets win. This is going to be a home run. Unbelievable. A home run for Gibson. I don't believe what I just saw.
Into deep left center for Mitchell. And we'll see you tomorrow night.
Last time, Canada put the world in the World Series. This year, Toronto is back, looking to become the first team to win back-to-back World Series since those Yankees in '77 and '78. But in their path stands a cast of inventive thinkers from Philadelphia who are flying higher than a kite. Now, both Blue Jays and the Phillies are looking to catch lightning one more time and capture that childhood dream. This is Toronto, Ontario. It's a city that takes its sports quite seriously. And if you're lucky enough to live here by the shores of Lake Ontario, you're enjoying that elusive dream season. And Toronto fans are confident that the best is yet to come. The beloved Maple Leafs are off to a 5-0 start in the new NHL season. And with a new NBA franchise on its way, it won't be long before Shaq brings down the house. But in its own quiet way, Toronto has always been a baseball town. And now the Blue Jays are 4 victories away from defending the World Series championship they treasure. And once again, the good folks up north here have geared up to provide one and all another warm Canadian welcome. We're back inside Skydome, an architectural wonder that can hardly keep its lid on the excitement and anticipation as the Phillies and the Blue Jays prepare to wage the ultimate battle of this October. Game 1 of the World Series here on CBS. And hi again, everybody. I'm Pat O'Brien. Welcome to CBS Sports' exclusive coverage of the 1993 World Series. Well, 90 years ago, when they first began playing these fall classics, who would ever have supposed that one day it would come down to what we might think of as the Wild Bunch versus the Mounties? You know, for all the talk about their girth and grooming, the Phillies deserve credit for overcoming the best team in baseball, the Atlanta Braves. On the other hand, while the Blue Jays were expected to return to the World Series, this is hardly the same team that won it all a year ago. In fact, 12 of the 25 members of Toronto's roster are different this time around. But regardless if this is your first World Series or not, tonight is something very special. You could feel the buzz around the batting cage earlier this evening when I had a chance to talk shop with some of the players.
Yeah, you know, you got that little grin on your face all day, and you can't wait to get out to the ballpark. So, you know, at 37, I have to say I'm feeling pretty young today.
You catch it, you throw it, and you hit it. I mean, to me, it's the same thing I've been doing since I was 8 years old. So, there's just more people watching.
Great place to be, huh?
Yeah, really exciting.
Good luck.
The green thing the whole day, I hit the third base. I hit that top, I might hit them seats out there.
Practicing your hitting?
Yeah, I might have to pinch hit in this series.
How are you as a hitter? Good?
Well, I batted 1,000 this year with 1 game-winning RBI, something small, nothing big.
All right. Well, good luck tonight.
All right, thanks.
You catch, you throw, and you hit it. We come back, we'll give you a look at some of the things the Phillies won't show us during this World Series as Baseball 93 rolls on for fans on both sides of the friendly border right here on CBS. The World Series, folks.
Watch the world's biggest event on CTV this winter, the Olympic Games.
It looks European, definitely European in style.
He hugs you, there's lots of room.
It's very inviting and comfortable.
Transversely mounted V6.
If I want to be by myself, I won't go upstairs and read. I will go for a drive. It would be a winding road, trees, mountains. There would have to be water.
I love the way this thing corners. Responses in this car are smooth. I could drive this car all day. You just made a dream come true.
Andrew Dunn, Canada Trust customer, age 6. Liquid assets, 279 nickels, and counting. Financial goal, mountain bike, or nickel tycoon. A small suggestion, start with the basics and see where it leads.
It looks European, definitely European in style.
He hugs you, there's lots of room.
It's very inviting and comfortable.
Transversely mounted V6.
If I want to be by myself, I won't go upstairs and read. I will go for a drive. It would be a winding road, trees, mountains. There would have to be water.
I love the way this thing corners. Responses in this car are smooth. I could drive this car all day. You just made a dream come true.
This is CTV, proud sponsor of the world's biggest event, the Olympic Winter Games.
The liberal Canadian customs allowed the Philly fanatic to come across the border, the best mascot in the business, and he'll be here throughout the World Series. You know, the local newspapers here in Toronto refer to their guest from the city of brotherly love as the Broad Street Bellies. Be that as it may, nobody can dispute the talent and determination the Phillies have displayed this year, but what they will probably be most remembered for is their unique sense of, shall we say, style, which has surfaced during the course of this long soap opera of the season. When we last left the Toronto Blue Jays, they were baseball's guiding lights. But in another world, there's a team that's bold, if not beautiful. So we continue now with the never-ending saga of all baseball's children, for whom, like the sands through the hourglass, these are the days of their lives.
CBS Sports presents As the Phillies Turn.
Tonight, will John the Ripper Kruk continue on a tear? And what, pray tell, is this all about?
That's so sexy. Yeah. I call them a group of diversified personalities.
You know, we're not really choir boys. I don't think any of us go to church too often, but we're not really bad people. You know, we haven't been on this show yet, so.
America's Most Wanted. They are grunge, even though they're sometimes embarrassed by an occasional clean-cut misfit.
You end up with this crowd. It wasn't cut looking. Yeah, it wasn't those things that was by choice, but it was also when I got called up. It wasn't something I was going to turn down, so I did my best to fit in.
And you like it?
I love it so far. It's easy to come out and be relaxed when you're with a bunch of characters like this.
I mean, this is the way we are, you know, like the hair and the beard and everything. I mean, we had it last year, but we were so bad, no one cared. But now, you know, you win a few games and everyone wants to know about it. I mean, it's just hair.
Some things you won't see in this soap. Trust us. I don't think so. Not. Oh, and for sure. All of the above.
If people actually knew the way we actually are, they'd like us that much more. You know, that we look like a softball team that comes out every Sunday and drinks beer. Well, you know, nobody tries to be that way in here. That's just the way we are.
No doubt the Canadian fans must be thinking that if the NAFTA treaty ever gets passed, they'll be able to welcome these free-spirited Phillies on a tariff-free basis every day of the year. We'll be back to introduce the two teams and sing the two national anthems. And we continue from Skydome on CBS. Right after this. Stay with us, Joe.
Staring into his black coffee, he said, "I need to change. Well, I said, why not try new Irish cream coffee mate or hazelnut coffee mate or amaretto coffee mate? But he said, but nothing, I said. These new coffee mate flavors change everyday coffee into specialty coffee. Try one, I said. Oh, it's very, very good, he said, but I need change like dimes and nickels. Oh, I said, but by then they had towed his car. Coffee Mate makes your cup of coffee taste great.
Every week, there is a weekend. For every mortgage payment, there is a house you call home. And for every trip to the dry cleaners, the in-laws, or the pediatrician, there is now the 850 sports wagon from Volvo.
Well, with our volume, this could save us $2,500 in the first month alone. That's big news for us.
Express Post not only slashes my courier costs, delivers me the same peace of mind. I like that.
It's designed to fill that gap. It is right in the middle between mail economy and courier speed.
New Express Post. Faster than mail, cheaper than courier. With call-in confirmation. For your free trial, call 1-800-361-3113.
The SO Tiger team talks the details.
I think it's the little extra details that separate us from the other gas stations. The small things like talking to the customer, using their name if you can.
Make sure you always have good eye contact.
One of the things that they teach us to do is if you're checking the oil, when you close the hood, then just take a clean towel and just wipe it off.
The service is number one, and then the details just top it off.
It's the little things that make us special.
You're on your way with SO.
Getting ready for Game 1 of the World Series at Sky Dome in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and a pensive Phillies starter, Curt Schilling, about to get some northern exposure. He's the first native of Alaska to start Game 1 of a World Series, and there he is. Our exclusive CBS Sports coverage of the 1993 World Series will continue after a message from your very own local station.
To find something else to talk about Monday mornings. CTV's W5 with Eric Melling.
Looking for a jacket that won't wear out in 6 months, doesn't make you look like an astronaut. Look here, the Hobo Clothing Company. And when you look, make sure you compare apples to apples. What's in a hobo jacket? Stunner nylon with entrant coating, tape waterproof seams, Coban 80 thread, heavyweight zippers. In case you don't recognize it, it's quality. Hobo Clothing Company, on Broadway.
What's new? Introducing Campbell's new hearty vegetable with pasta soup.
Start something with Campbell's.
Start loading up on the good stuff. Hearty chunks of vegetables and lots of pasta shells.
Pasta shells? That's new, isn't it?
In a rich vegetable broth.
You're making me hungry.
Good.
Start something with soup.
New hearty vegetable with pasta. If you've got a healthy appetite.
Start something with Campbell's.
Start your Blue Jays World Champion collection today with a limited edition signed and autographed print of Dave Stewart or the 1992 World Series champion team, both signed and autographed from Collector's Choice, your sports art gallery. Order or reserve your print today at 665-8300.
Here's 2 more reasons why all trucks are not created equal. Buy selected Ford pickups and get the V8 engine upgrade and handling package at no extra charge. Plus, get 3.9 financing up to 48 months, but only till October 22nd and only at your Ford and Mercury dealer.
With manager Jim Fregosi. Leading off for the Phillies, the center fielder number 4, Lenny Dykstra. Batting second, the second baseman number 7, Mariano Duncan. Batting third, the first baseman number 29, John Kruk. Batting fourth, the third baseman, number 15, Dave Hollins. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 10, Darren Dalton. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 8, Jim Eisenreich. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 17, Ricky Jordan. Batting eighth, the left fielder, number 25, Milt Thompson. Batting ninth, the shortstop, number 19, Kevin Stocker. Tonight's starting pitcher, warming up in the bullpen, number 38, Kurt Schilling. And now, tonight's starting lineup, beginning with manager Cito Gaston. Leading off the first for the Blue Jays, the left fielder, number 24, Ricky Henderson. Batting second, the center fielder, number 25, Devon White. Batting third, the second baseman, number 12, Roberto Alomar. Batting fourth, the right fielder, number 29, Joe Carter. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 9, John Olerud. Sixth, the designated hitter, number 19, Paul Molitor. Batting seventh, the shortstop, number 1, Tony Fernandez. Batting eighth, the third baseman, number 33, Ed Sprague. Batting ninth, the catcher, number 10, Patch Borders. Tonight's starting pitcher, warming up in the bullpen, number 66, Juan Guzman. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm Skydome welcome to the Queen of Soul, Arista recording artist Aretha Franklin, who will sing the American National Anthem for this evening's game. Accompanying Aretha are the U.S. Marines Color Guard and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Color Guard.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what's so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight of the ramparts we watched so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, our bombs bursting the air, carried through the night. Then our flag was still Oh, say, does that star-spangled the brave.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here to sing the Canadian national anthem is Canada's own Michael Burgess.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons' command, par ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you and merci. Time now to put you in the capable hands of Sean McDonough and Tim McCarver, who will call the action for you as we close in on Game 1 of the 1993 World Series. Gentlemen, have a great series. Over to you.
Thank you, Pat, and good evening, everybody. Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver. Great to have you with us for Game 1 of the World Series. And, Tim, they say that appearances can be deceiving, and certainly that is the case with this World Series. So much talk leading up to tonight about the difference in appearance of these two teams, the Blue Jays and their clean-cut image, the rough-and-tumble Phillies. But when you look beneath the surface, you see that these two teams have an awful lot in common.
Well, the reputation of the Phillies is down and dirty, and they certainly are that, but you have to look beneath that. They are a very intelligent ball club, very intelligent hitters, and they know how to win. The clean-cut Blue Jays, on the other hand, are all of that, but they are also rough and dirty. As Cito Gaston says, they're the same as the Phillies. The only difference is they shave and get a haircut occasionally.
Indeed they do, and they are similar on the field as well. The Phillies led the National League in runs this season. Toronto was second in the American League behind Detroit, so we expect a high-scoring series. What else can we look for?
Well, I think some of the things to look for tonight, a re-emergence of Rickey Henderson as a force. Even though he only hit 120 in the American League Championship Series, he leads. As a matter of fact, he holds the record for stolen bases in World Series play and a .412 average in 2 World Series. The one thing I think the Blue Jays will be worried about, the lack of left-handed pitchers. If you remember, Tommy Glavine and Steve Avery of the Atlanta Braves pitched very well against the Phillies, and their left-handed hitters that play every day, Dykstra, Kruk, and Dalton, and the Blue Jays have only 2 left-handers on their roster, and both of them will probably work out of the bullpen. For Jim Fregosi, it's imperative that Curt Schilling work deep into the game. Larry Anderson and David West can be looked for late in the game, but the middle relief of the Phillies is poor. And also, as Ricky Henderson goes for the Blue Jays, Lynn Dykstra is going to be the catalyst for the Philadelphia Phillies. And if he's not, the Phillies will have a tough time scoring.
The Phillies send Curt Schilling out to the mound in tonight's Game 1. He'll be opposed by Toronto's Juan Guzman. The first pitch of the World Series from Toronto right after this.
Join CTV as the world's youth assembles in Lillehammer for the Olympic Winter Games.
Labatt presents the World Series on CTV. Sponsored by Labatt Blue. Honest and true, you bet it's blue.
In 2 short years, how far can you take a family sedan? Over 3,000 punishing kilometers to twice win Rally Australia. And now we've pushed the Elantra even further in champion style and performance, whether it's Outback or out front. Introducing the 1994 Hyundai Elantra. It's not your ordinary family sedan.
Taste of Labatt Light. Now that's refreshing.
The Esso Tiger team talks service.
The manager tells us, you know, be honest with the customers because that's what they want.
Treat everybody with the same amount of care.
Small details like streaks on the windows.
The customer's a lot friendlier if you get out there quickly.
On the self-serve, we have a quick reset. Customers, they just start pumping right away.
The customer's response to our service is great.
When you take people from different Essos and you put them all together and everyone's doing an efficient job, then Esso must be doing something right.
You're on your way with Esso.
Around here, you never know what you'll be doing next. Hauling hay out to the zebras, pulling somebody out of the mud. You know, I think I've shoveled more species of manure than anyone in the country. But the Mazda trucks are dependable. That's the big reason. And strong.
The all-new Mazda B4000 pickup. Now with the strength of 4-liter V6 power.
Because you'd be surprised how quickly a Rhino can accelerate.
Now get it. The starting lineup for Jim Fregosi and the Phillies tonight. Lenny Dykstra leads off in center field. Mariano Duncan gets the start at second base. John Kruk batting third at first base. The cleanup hitter is the third baseman Dave Hollins. Batting fifth and doing the catching, Darren Dalton. Batting sixth in right field, Jim Eisenreich. Ricky Jordan will be the DH tonight and bats seventh. Milt Thompson is the left fielder hitting eighth. And the shortstop Kevin Stocker bats ninth.
The defense for the Blue Jays, it will be tough for the Phillies to get a line drive between left fielder Ricky Henderson and center fielder Devon White. They can both fly. Joe Carter in right field. Ed Sprague will be the third baseman this evening. The New York Mets traded Tony Fernandez on June 10th for Darren Jackson, and Tony's back in Toronto. Roberto Alomar has the best range of any second baseman in baseball at second. John Olerud at first base. And Pat Borders behind the plate with Juan Guzman on the mound.
And we are pleased to be joined tonight here in Toronto by our colleague Jim Gray. Jim?
Sean, there are some injuries of some concern for both of these teams. First, for the Phillies, Mariano Duncan has a sprained muscle in his rib cage. Now, he told me that he was unable to swing a bat for the past 3 days, but he came out for batting practice, and he did do well, and so he will start at second base. Now, for the Blue Jays, Ricky Henderson has a very sore right hand. He injured it when he was hit by a pitch in late August. Now, Ricky told me that he feels that the hand may be broken, even though x-rays have been negative. Now, he said that he will play tonight. He's in tremendous pain, and it does hinder his swing. Sean?
And on the mound tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays, Juan Guzman, the 26-year-old from the Dominican Republic.
Speaking of hindering swings, as Jim said, Juan Guzman can hinder a lot of good swings. 14-3 on the year. He is 5-0 in postseason, and listen to this. His lifetime record is 40-11.
That's in the regular season. When you add the 5-0 in the postseason, 45-11 lifetime. And Lenny Dykstra will lead off. He hit .305 during the regular season. This will be the first time that the first pitch of the World Series has ever been thrown outside the United States. And the first pitch of the '93 World Series, a fastball for a ball to Lenny Dykstra. Of course, this is only the 4th game played in the World Series outside the United States, and the first 3 were last year when the Blue Jays hosted games 3, 4, and 5. 1-1 on Dykstra, who had a hit in every game of the League Championship Series.
And 3 in the last 3 games of the 1988 series. So Lenny with a 9-game hitting streak in postseason play.
2 balls and 1 strike. Davey Phillips of the American League is the home plate umpire. Paul Runge, Mark Johnson, Charlie Williams, Tim McClelland, and Dana DeMuth for the rest of the umpiring crew. Another close pitch called the ball, and Dykstra is ahead in the count 3-1.
Dykstra will probably take here. He takes often when he leads off a game 2-0 and 3-1. Tell you, talking about Guzman, there are very few pitchers where catchers just say, just throw strikes. It doesn't matter where they are, just throw strikes.
Tough to tell where a couple of those pitches missed. Guzman appeared to be very close to the strike zone, if not in it. But 4 of the 5 pitches were called balls.
Dykstra, like his counterpart Ricky Henderson, that pitch looked a little low, but his counterpart Ricky Henderson, both of them worked the strike zone like an accordion, trying to duck under balls, and they're always a moving target, and they're tough to call balls and strikes for a home plate umpire.
Mariano Duncan is the hitter. And he takes a fastball for strike 1. It is somewhat of a surprise that Duncan is in the starting lineup tonight, given that Mickey Morandini started the 3 games in the National League Championship Series in which the Braves started a right-handed pitcher. And as Jim Gray told you, Duncan has been bothered for a while now by the sore rib cage. John Kruk is on deck. We're just underway with game 1 of the World Series, and the Phillies have the lead man on. And Guzman will keep an eye on Dykstra. The ball outside, and a ball and a strike on Duncan. That last pitch registered 94 miles per hour on our radar gun downstairs.
Talking to Pat Borders yesterday, and Pat said that he could put down 1 finger all night for Guzman. That's how much movement Guzman has on his fastball in the strike zone. It's all over the place. 26 wild pitches on the year.
And plenty on that pitch. 1-2 on Duncan.
Guzman with 194 Ks on the regular season, but that's that fastball we were talking about. You can blow it by most hitters.
Dykstra stole 37 bases during the regular season. He was only thrown out 12 times, and he's running with the pitch, which is a ball. Borders throw, gets by Alomar, and is backed up by Fernandez. So Lenny Dykstra has the first stolen base of the World Series, and he's in scoring position with nobody out in the first.
Dykstra with a tremendous jump. Borders had no chance. You see that funky little move of Juan Guzman. He picks his leg up and then straightens it out. a lot of pitchers use either the slide step or the high kick. It appears that Guzman uses both, and for that reason, runners can get a good jump.
The 2-2 to Duncan. He struck him out. Foul tipped into the middle borders for strike 3.
Borders setting up outside, and that's where he got it.
One out, a runner at second. No score in the top of the first for John Kruk, who was 8th in the National League in hitting with his .316 average. Because they play in different leagues, these two teams do not know much about each other, but Juan Guzman said he thought he got a pretty good idea of how to pitch to the Phillies by watching several of the NLCS games on TV. Juan particularly paid attention to Game 4, the game started by John Smoltz of Atlanta, because Guzman thinks that he and Smoltz have similar pitching styles.
The scouts, by the way, before the Toronto Blue Jays that scouted the Phillies, Al Lamacchia and Moose Johnson. Moose Johnson was a scout with the Phillies for 25 years before coming to Toronto a couple of years ago. Mike Arbuckle was a scout for the Phillies against the Braves, and while he was covering Atlanta, Jimmy Stewart and Ray Shore covered the Toronto Blue Jays.
They have passed along whatever tidbits they could ascertain about the opposition. And the 0-2 to Kruk. There's a fastball inside. Another 94-mile-per-hour fastball from Guzman. Jim Fregosi. The World Series for the first time as a manager or a player. Just missed. And the count is 2-2 on Kruk. He'll be followed by Dave Hollins. Kruk got off to a fast start against the Braves and then was cold the last 3, in which he went 1 for 13. Of course, in many ways, John Kruk has become the poster boy for that rough and tumble Philadelphia image of which we were speaking. And when Juan Guzman was asked at the press conference yesterday his feeling about the Phillies and their appearance and all the conversation about, he said, well, to me, they look like a bunch of truck drivers.
I'll tell you, if John Kruk's a poster boy, it's a big poster.
When Kurt Schilling was asked about Guzman's comment, he said, he's right. We do look like a bunch of truck drivers. Another 2-2 pitch. Fastball fouled away to the left.
2 balls fouled away to the left. John Kruk, I think with 2 strikes, he has more of a tendency to go to left field, and a bit surprising that Devon White is playing John almost straight away in center field. In the air, John will go to left. 30 of his first 33 major league home runs were hit to left field.
No score in the top of the first. Lenny Dykstra is the runner at second. And another 2-2 to Kruk. Line to left center and sinking fast. That falls in for a hit. Dykstra around to score, and the Phillies lead 1-0 on an opposite field single by John Kruk.
Kruk had 85 RBIs during the season. During the league championship series, the first 3 games he was doing well. He was 5 for 11, but only 1 for 13 in the last 3 league championship series games, but puts the Phillies in front with the first hit of the ball game.
Dave Hollins looked at a ball. We mentioned the glowing record of Guzman in the postseason. And this is the first time in 7 postseason starts now in his career that he is allowed a run in the first inning. Ball 2, 2-0 on the switch hitting Hollins. He's a better right-handed hitter. Dave hit .330 during the regular season from the right, only .237 from the left. Pat Borders at the mound to speak with Guzman, and manager Cito Gaston will join the conversation.
Juan Guzman, 5-0 in postseason play. Jack Coombs and Herb Pinnock, a couple of old-timers, and Lefty Gomez with a 6-0 record. You may remember John Smoltz was 5-0 in the National League Championship Series, but he was beaten on 2 unearned runs in Game 4. So that takes John Smoltz out of that quartet.
So Guzman with a win tonight would match Lefty Grove for the most postseason wins without a loss. Lefty Gomez, pardon me. 1 run in, and the Phillies have Kruk at first with 1 out and a count of 2-0 on Dave Hollins. And after the conversation with Gaston, Guzman delivers a strike, 2-1. Just outside, 3-1 on Hollins. And he'll be followed by Darren Dalton. Hollins couldn't get to the high fastball. We'll talk about the notoriously quiet crowds here in Toronto, and certainly saw an exception to that during the pregame festivities, but with the run the Phillies have scored here in the first, it is very quiet again. The payoff pitch with the runner going is ball 4.
The Phillies love to face a pitcher who has control problems because they're a power hitting team, and 3 of the top 4 positions as far as walks are concerned and leaders in the National League were held by Philadelphia Philly batters. So they will not help Guzman out and swing at balls out of the strike zone.
As a team, they drew 665 walks during the regular season in 162 games. Darren Dalton, one of those patient hitters, he walked 117 times during the regular year. He's up with 2 men on and 1 out. 1 run in. The Phillies lead 1-0. Guzman has walked 2 in the inning. He's given up the RBI single to Kruk, and he has a strikeout of Duncan to his credit.
I think when Cito Gaston came out to the mound, it was just to reassure Guzman that he thought some of those strikes or those pitches to Dykstra were strikes also, and I think Borders thought that pitch was a strike. And he took off his mask and said something to Dave Phillips, the home plate umpire. Usually umpires don't mind if a catcher keeps his face straight away to center field, and he'll allow him a little more leverage in what he has to say.
Davey Phillips in his 23rd year as a major league umpire, working his 4th World Series. He's the crew chief for the 6 umpires assembled. A double play is unlikely. Dalton batted in 136 double play situations this season, bounced into only 2. That was the lowest rate in the majors among everyday players. 2 pitch. Lined into right for a hit. Kruk will be waved around by Boa. Carter kicked the ball in right, and the Phillies lead 2-0. Darren Dalton, an RBI single to drive in the second Philadelphia run.
Dalton had 105 during the season. This ball in the right center field, and look at Dave Hollins. Watch as he looks at the third base coach, Larry Boa. See, he can't see that Carter dropped the ball, so he picks Boa up right there. Boa decides to send Kruk. Had Joe come up with the ball, Larry perhaps would have held Kruk at third base, but Hollins looking, making sure that third base was clear before he came over.
It's a single for Dalton and an RBI. They've charged Carter with the first error of the World Series. Official scores with the judgment that Hollins went from second to third as a result of the boot by Carter. Still only 1 out. 6th batter of the first inning for Philadelphia is Jim Eisenreich, who took ball 1. He platooned in right field during the regular season in the League Championship Series with Wes Chamberlain. During the regular season, he hit .318. Check swing and a foul ball past Larry Boa in the third base coach's box. 1-1 on Eisenreich. Two runs on 2 hits and 2 walks in the inning for the Phillies. And Dalton will occasionally steal a base. He was 37 in his career. He was perfect 5 for 5 this year. Eisenreich chased a breaking ball at his feet. 1-2.
That's a terrific play by Pat Borders. That ball in the dirt certainly saved a run. Borders, a converted catcher back in 1988, makes a nice play on that slider.
He started his professional career as a third baseman. When he first made the transition to catcher, he had absolutely no idea what he was doing back there and was terrible at blocking balls. Breaking ball got Eisenreich. On the 31st pitch of the inning for Guzman, that's the 2nd out.
So Guzman got ahead and expands the strike zone. Both the 0-1 and the 0-2 pitch are the slider in the dirt, and a pitcher has to have confidence in a catcher like that, a guy like Borders who can block the ball. 2 nice plays.
And the DH is Ricky Jordan, used primarily as a pinch hitter this year by Jim Fregosi. In the World Series these days, the DH is used when the American League team is the home team. Pitchers will hit in the games played at Philadelphia. Big question on the Philadelphia side leading up to tonight's game 1 was who would be the DH. Would it be Jordan or Pete Incaviglia? Jim Fregosi elected to go with Ricky Jordan. Guzman up to 33 pitches. More or less a 50-50 split, strikes to balls.
Jim Fregosi saying that Wes Chamberlain and Pete Incaviglia are probably upset that neither is a designated hitter tonight, but Ricky Jordan in there, because if Jim does make a move late in the game for a pinch hitter against either Al Leiter or Tony Castillo, the 2 left-handers for Toronto, he wants to have Incaviglia, who's available to play left, and Chamberlain, who may be available to play right field. That's why Jordan's the DH.
The 1-2 pitch. Check swing at a ball low and away. No swing, says Paul Runge of the National League, the first base umpire. There's Pete Incaviglia, a spectator at the start of the ball game.
Jordan didn't appear to go around. That's an easy call there.
2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 men on. Hollins the runner at third, Dalton at first. The Phillies lead 2-0. It has been a long top of the first. He struck him out. Guzman went to the breaking ball late in the inning, and it helped get him out of the inning, having allowed just the 2 runs.
This is the equivalent of 1 Canadian winter. Most antifreeze protects through 2 winters. But now, there's a formula that lasts an additional 3 winters, for a total of 5 years of protection. MotoMaster Formula 2000 Antifreeze, only at Canadian Tire. It offers 5 years of protection at a great Canadian Tire price. And might be the last antifreeze you ever buy for your car. MotoMaster, quality automotive products for a lot less.
Any major purchase involves a leap of faith. Buy a Nissan and it doesn't have to, thanks to the Nissan Satisfaction Commitment. Including 6-year warranties and 24-hour roadside assistance at no extra cost. Because we believe warranties should protect the people who drive the cars, not the people who make them. Nissan, built for the human race.
Now, it's time for the Coldwell Banker World Series Flashback. Coldwell Banker, together with Canada Trust Realty, the new power in Canadian real estate.
October 17th, 1992. Game 1 of the World Series. Bottom of the 6th, Damon Berryhill faces Jack Morris.
Berryhill with a deep drive to right. On the way to the wall, Winfield, forget about
it. Berryhill the thrill. Atlanta takes Game 1.
A 3-run homer for Damon Berryhill, and the Braves take a 3-1 lead. The lineup for Cito Gaston and the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. Ricky Henderson leads off in left field, batting second the center fielder Devon White. The second baseman Roberto Alomar bats third. The cleanup hitter is right fielder Joe Carter. John Olerud bats fifth at first base. Paul Molitor, the DH, hits sixth. Tony Fernandez is the shortstop, batting seventh. Ed Sprague at third base hits eighth, and the catcher Pat Borders bats ninth.
The defense for the Phillies shows Milt Thompson, the left fielder, Len Dykstra in center, Jim Eisenreich in right, Dave Hollins at third, Kevin Stocker at shortstop, Mariano Duncan at second, John Kruk at first, and Darren Dalton behind the plate. With Curt Schilling on the mound, he had no decisions in the National League Championship Series, but was the MVP. That's how well he pitched.
And he's pitching with a 2-0 lead as the Blue Jays come up for the first time in the World Series. Schilling's first pitch, a ball up and in to Ricky Henderson, who bent over the plate as if to bunt. And Schilling's first pitch clocked at 94 miles per hour, so both Guzman and Schilling have come out of the gate throwing hard. And throwing inaccurately. 2-0 the count. A strike at the belt. Henderson did not provide much of a lift to the Toronto offense when he came over to the Blue Jays in a midseason trade for top pitching prospect Steve Carsey. In 44 games with the Jays, Ricky hit only .215.
However, he scored 37 runs with only 35 hits, and he's one of the few guys in baseball who can help you when he's not hitting. Talked about that accordion stance of his, how he squeezes it up and down. He's a very difficult hitter to call balls and strikes on.
Popped up and out of play. A full count on Henderson, who, as Jim Gray told you, has been playing in pain for much of his stint with Toronto. Ricky suffered a bone bruise on his right hand as a result of being hit by a pitch by Seattle's Jeff Nelson on August 22nd. And his left hand has also been sore since early August when he strained a tendon while doing some exercises designed to strengthen his left shoulder. Ball 4.
Curt Schilling has had that cap all year long, and that's what's written on the bill of it. No talk, just get it done. In the celebration of the Phillies at the Vet in Philadelphia, he lost that cap. A fan picked it up and called in on a talk show and said, I have the cap. And he brought the cap back to Curt at Veterans Stadium. Curt said he thought he might have to leave him a ticket or two.
Henderson at first. And the first pitch to Devon White is outside. White has benefited from having Henderson hitting in front of him in the Toronto lineup. Devon White is an excellent fastball hitter, and he sees more fastballs when Ricky is at first base, as he is now. 2-0. The fan who helped Schilling retrieve his lucky hat was Bruce Basco of Millville, New Jersey, a 37-year-old employee of an Atlantic City casino. He called WIP, the all-sports radio station in Philadelphia. Confessed to picking up the hat when he ran on the field during the celebration after the Phillies clinched the NLCS. At first, the talk show host didn't believe him, but Schilling was listening to the show and called up and said, I did lose my hat. Tell that guy to bring it in. So Bruce jumped on his motorcycle, drove 50 miles from his home, and got there just before the Phillies were about to leave Veterans Stadium. Schilling had to shake his hand out the window of the bus as they were driving off to the airport. Big rip by White, and a count of 2 balls and 1 strike. We're in the bottom of the first, and the Phillies lead 2-0. Dalton keeping an eye on Henderson, as is Schilling. Good reason to keep an eye on Ricky. He is the all-time major league leader in stolen bases, 1,095.
That's 1,095 stolen bases during the season. He has 24 in postseason play. During the opening, I said that Ricky Henderson leads the World Series players in the World Series in stolen bases. That's not right. Ricky has 6 World Series steals in 8 games. The record is held by Eddie Collins and Lou Brock. World Series play only, they had 14, but Ricky in postseason with 24.
The flip side of that is it isn't very easy to steal on Schilling. And the Philadelphia staff in general does a good job holding on runners. Ricky bluffed, and it's a double play ball. Stocker to Duncan. Double play. Very close at first, but Devon White called out. 6-4-3, 2 outs, and the base is now empty.
Now this ball hit hard, and most double play balls have to be hit hard. But when you consider the speed of Devon White from the left side, getting down to first base in a hurry, and that was a very close play at first base. Duncan,
he looked safe on the first replay, and again,
I think he was. I think you're exactly right. Looked like he beat the throw, but Paul Runge calls him out.
You see he's on the bag there, and the ball is still not yet in the glove. Cito Gaston came out to argue, and first base coach Bob Baylor took up the cause as well.
The reason that double play took so long in developing is that a left-handed hitter was up. Mariano Duncan was not cheating close to second base and had farther to go than he normally would have. He looked safe at first.
Alomar looked at strike 1. 2-0 Philadelphia. 2 outs, and the base is now empty in the bottom of the first. saw the average of Alomar, 326. That was good for third place in the American League during the regular season. And the Blue Jays finished 1-2-3. Olerud, Molitor, and Alomar. It's the first time that teammates have been 1-2-3 in the batting race in exactly 100 years, when that trio of Hall of Famers led the National League and they all played for the Philadelphia Phillies. Strike three. Alomar called out on a pitch over the outside corner. After one in Game 1 of the World Series, the Phillies lead 2-0.
Labatt presents the World Series on CTV. Sponsored by Imperial Oil and Esso Associates. You're on your way with Esso.
What's going on, guys? Just started. You don't know.
You're gonna need this.
Run for cover. It's gonna fall.
No heat pasteurizing, no added preservatives. Cold filtered Labatt genuine draft. Where you are is where it's at.
This is a Sony Trinitron commercial. Sony Trinitron, designed to last.
Throws him out after bobbling it for a moment. Well, we had our first fireworks of the World Series during the break between innings. Roberto Alomar called out on a pitch that on that angle certainly appeared to be high enough, and from this angle appeared to get a piece of the corner. But Cito Gaston was displeased with the umpiring in the first inning, and after inviting Davey Phillips, the home plate umpire, to come a little bit closer, he engaged him in some chin-to-chin conversation. I think it really started with the first batter of the ball game, Tim. The pitches to Dykstra, some of them appeared to be called strikes. Balls, rather, pitches that were called balls looked like strikes, is what I'm trying to say. And Dykstra wound up walking the lead off the ball game.
And then you had what appeared to be Devon White beating the play at first base, and Gaston went out to argue that play, and before he was able to sit down in the dugout, he thought that Phillips was squeezing Roberto Alomar, but as you could see, that last pitch looked like a strike. A manager cannot argue balls and strikes. That's an automatic ejection. However, common sense would dictate that umpires are much more lenient in the World Series.
Of course, Cito Gaston is considered one of the most mild-mannered of the major league managers. But it didn't take him long to get hot tonight. His team trails 2-0 in the top of the second. One out of the base is empty, and 3-1 is the count on the shortstop, Kevin Stocker. John Olerud will play it himself. Slide into first to beat Stocker for the second out of the inning. And Guzman has now retired 4 in a row since the RBI single by Darren Daulton that drove in the second run.
Baseball went 100 years since their last worst to first team back in 1890. The Louisville Colonels did it in what was then a major league, the American Association, and it's happened 3 times in the last 3 years. Minnesota and Atlanta, the year that the Twins won the World Series, and in 1993, the Philadelphia Phillies. They were in last place last year, first place this year.
They finished 26 games behind the Pirates. Lenny Dykstra looked at strike one. He walked, stole second, and scored the first run of the ball game on the single to left by John Kruk last inning. Fouled out of play, 0-2. Ball in the dirt. In addition to looking at the tapes and listening to the scouting reports provided to Guzman by Al Lamacchia and Moose Johnson, Juan said he was also going to give his old pal from the Dominican Republic, Ramon Martinez, a call. And of course, is a pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers, a good friend of Juan Guzman. That should be enough information to get you through a start against the Philadelphia Phillies. Alomar throws him out. And the Phillies go in order on 3 ground balls after an inning and a half, 2-0 Philadelphia.
Out here isn't the only place our Ford F-Series pickups have blazed new trails. Our engineering labs are filled with constant improvements like our new standard airbag and new convertible console seat. And yet, along with all these new ideas, there's one that's not new for us at all: toughness. Because when you design a truck for the future, it better be built to last that long. Ford F-Series, the #1 selling truck, is built Ford Tough.
Since Audio Warehouse opened in 1964, technology has changed drastically. If your TV hasn't, step into the 21st century at Audio Warehouse. Audio Warehouse is committed to bringing you only the most respected names in television. Audio Warehouse is excited to present the full line of Panasonic TVs, including the incredible Panasonic Gao. See for yourself why Panasonic is just slightly ahead of our time at Audio Warehouse. Audio Warehouse, making TV worth watching since 1964.
Here's 2 more reasons why all trucks are not created equal. Ford trucks offer split bench seating, power lumbar, and improved Super Cab rear seating. Plus, get 3.9 financing up to 48 months, but only till October 22nd and only at your Ford and Mercury dealer.
Start your Blue Jays World Champion collection today with a limited edition signed and autographed print of Dave Stewart or the 1992 World Series champion team, both signed and autographed from Collector's Choice, your sports art gallery. Order or reserve your print today at 665-8300.
Scotia Center Mall, downtown Saskatoon. The mall on 2nd Avenue South and on 1st Avenue South. We're the mall that joins the avenues. Discover us. We're the mall with style, offering over 20 unique and distinct stores and services where you will find service with style, fashion with style, selection with style, and relaxing with style. Scotia Center Mall, downtown Saskatoon. Discover our style.
This is CTV. Join us for the glorious celebration of the Olympic Winter Games.
The World Series. We're heading to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Philadelphia has a 2-0 lead over Toronto, and Kurt Schilling will face the middle third of the Toronto order in the 2nd. Joe Carter, John Olerud, and Paul Molitor. It was another season of big production for Joe Carter. With his 121 runs batted in. He got off to a flying start in that direction with a club record 25 RBI in April. 1-1 from Schilling. He tied him up with the fastball, 1-2.
That's where pitchers try to pitch Joe, is inside, right at the hands. He's a low ball hitter and likes to extend his arm. What remarkable production. 893 RBIs over the last 8 years.
Up the middle, a base hit. That's the first Toronto hit. The single into center for Joe Carter.
Schilling gets the ball away from Carter. I'll tell you, those last two pitches, the 1-1 pitch in on the hands and the 1-2 pitch out over the plate, and that's what we were talking about Joe Carter. He loves to extend his arms. Well, pretty good pitch to most hitters, but not to Carter.
And it looked like Dalton was again set up inside, but Schilling missed the target. Now John Olerud, who led the American League with his .363 batting average. Much of the year he flirted with the 400 mark. In on the hands, but a base hit. Soft line single in the left. So the Blue Jays open the second with back-to-back singles. Carter at second and Olerud at first.
This a good pitch by Schilling, a slider in on the hands, and it's fisted the other way. Olerud, a guy who uses all parts of the field in which to hit.
Now Paul Molitor, who finished second to Olerud in the American League at hitting at .332. He had 22 homers, drove in 111. It was his first season of 100 runs batted in or more in his 16-year career. It came at age 37. Pitch in the dirt. It got through Dalton, and the runners will move up. And now the tying run is at second base for Toronto in the second.
I think Molitor may have blinded Dalton. The bat may have been in the same path as the ball. Nope, that was not the case. But Dalton, if he has a problem, it's getting down on balls in the dirt. He has had 6 operations on his left leg, his left knee, his 7th coming this winter. And he does have a problem, and that's really his only problem as a catcher.
Still no scoring decision. And now it has been scored a pass ball. Molitor couldn't get the high fastball. Of course, Paul's first 15 seasons in the majors were spent with the Milwaukee Brewers. And he has waited 11 years to get back to the World Series. He last appeared in the Fall Classic with Harvey's Wallbangers, the Brew Crew of 1982. The 1-1 pitch. Up and in, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And it was 11 years ago, about this time, when Paul Molitor became the first man to get 5 hits in a World Series game in Game 1 against the Cardinals in St. Louis.
That was on October 12th of 1982. Well hit on the ground, backhanded by Duncan, and safe at first is Molitor. Carter scores the first Toronto run.
Molitor hits this ball very hard, a slider on the outside part, and watch Duncan. He does finally get to his knee, his right knee, and his throw to first is too late. Looked like he curled the glove hand up under his legs and had a tough time getting rid of it, and Molitor with an infield hit and an RBI.
So 3 straight hits to open the inning. John Kruk with an animated discussion with Kevin Stocker. The pitching coach Johnny Padres visited Schilling and Dalton at the mound. Carter started the inning with a single, took a base on the single by Olerud, and scored on the single by Molitor. The pass ball helped Carter and Olerud move up 90 feet. And now Fernandez with the tying run at third, the go-ahead run at first. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
funny what that pass ball did. If you have runners on at first and second, nobody out, Duncan's closer to the bag. Of course, you don't know whether Molitor would have hit the same pitch out there. You don't know whether Schilling would have pitched him that way, but nonetheless, it could have been a double play with 2 out and a runner on at third. As it is, the Phillies have no one out.
And runners at first and third, and a count of 1-1 on Fernandez. Fernandez in his first World Series game. And he pops one out of play to the left. Tony was not a member of the Blue Jays last year when they won the World Series. He's one of the 12 new faces. It's really a team that's 50% different from the World Championship team of a year ago, and the Blue Jays deserve a lot of credit for getting back with largely a different cast of characters. The 1-2. Chopped slowly towards second. Duncan to Stocker for the out on Molitor. The tying run across as Olerud came in from third. And the Phillies and Blue Jays are tied at 2.
Ball not hit hard enough for a double play, a high chopper, and Duncan properly goes to second, and Stocker makes sure of one. Molitor almost beat that play.
2 runs on 3 hits for the Blue Jays, all of that here in the second. The Phillies scored twice in the first. Now it's Sprague. He popped up the first pitch straight back and out of play. Sprague was a regular at the major league level for the first time this season as he took over at third base for Kelly Gruber, who was traded to California in the offseason. Sprague had a very solid year at the bat and in the field. Base hit past the diving Stocker. Fernandez rounds second. He'll stop midway between second and third, and he's just back safely. At first it looked like Tony was going to stop, and then he appeared to decide to go to third, and then he decided to stop again, and that indecision nearly cost him.
You've heard of middle infielders decoying a runner at first base. Well, runners going from first to second decoy outfielders too. You could see Fernandez almost came to a stop, then he turned it on, and now he gets back to second, and he's called safe. See, he almost stops right there, and now he's trying to decoy Dykstra into making a lollipop throw into third, but he's safely back into second base, not even close, really.
4 hits in the inning, still only 1 out. Pat Borders the hitter. And he looked at a breaking ball high, ball 1. Certainly not where Schilling intended to throw that pitch. Borders was the MVP of the World Series last year. Check swing, caught by Kruk, race to the bag, won by Sprague because Kruk fell down. Had John remained on his feet, he had an excellent chance to double up Sprague, but he stumbled going to the bag, and Sprague made it back to first safely.
Just bad luck for Kruk as he stumbles and can't reach the bag. Nice play by Ed Sprague. Runners are all often told, watch the line drive. That's easier said than done.
Now 2 outs, and the 7th batter of the second inning is Ricky Henderson, who walked his first time up. He had a miserable league championship series against Chicago. He had only 120. And there was even some talk that perhaps here in the World Series, when the scene shifts to Philadelphia and they try to find a place for Paul Molitor, that Molitor would play left field because of the struggles of Henderson. Tito Gaston said yesterday, Molitor won't play left field unless everybody else on the Blue Jay team is dead. And rather definitive as well. There's Molitor, and there's Ben Rivera, who has started throwing in the Philadelphia bullpen. We're tied at 2. As you might expect with these two high-scoring teams, Game 1 is off to an offensive start.
Come on, Ricky, you can do it, Ricky, you can do it.
In the air and center. Dykstra drifting to right center, makes room for Eisenreich, and that ends the inning. 2 runs on 4 hits off Curt Schilling in the second after 2-2 the score.
Fitting regular maintenance into my day is tough. So I go to where it'll be done right at the right price. I go to my GM dealer.
Announcing the GM Goodwrench Surface Plus Lube Oil and Filter offer. Done in 29 minutes or the next one's free. With the work done by GM trained technicians who use quality GM parts.
I trust my GM dealer to give me the finest quality work at a very competitive price.
There you are, Miss RJ.
Thanks, that was fast.
GM Goodwrench Service Plus means auto service with a plus.
This is your standard living room, seating for 8 with all the comforts of home. Our living room also has seating for 8 with all the comforts of home. The only difference is, ours comes with a 4.3-liter V6 engine, standard 4-wheel anti-lock brakes, a driver's side facial airbag, and the most towing capacity in its class. Introducing the 1994 GMC Safari.
Triumphant celebration. The Olympic Winter Games on CTV.
Curt Schilling, who only gave up 3 earned runs in 16 innings of work in the League Championship Series against Atlanta, knocked around 4 hits and 2 runs in the second inning of Game 1 of the World Series by the Blue Jays. So we're tied at 2 as the Phillies bat in the third. Mariano Duncan to lead off. He struck out swinging his first time up. John Kruk on deck, and then Dave Hollins against Juan Guzman. After a sloppy start, has retired 5 in a row.
You can almost sense a more relaxed delivery on the part of Guzman since that first inning, and certainly that's normal. Nervous in the first.
Duncan with a shot in the left and a base hit. Kicked momentarily by Henderson, but he got on top of it quickly, and Duncan has a leadoff single.
This ball hit hard to left field. That unusual swing by Duncan. We mentioned in the NLCS that he looks almost like Eric Davis. He drops that bat down so low. A momentary bobble by Henderson didn't hurt.
John Kruk singled to left to drive in the first run of the ball game in the first inning, and he scored the second run. He came in on a base hit by Darren Dalton.
Funny, Duncan holding his hands down low around the belt, and contrast that with John Kruk and how he holds the bat above the helmet. It really doesn't matter how you start as far as your stance is concerned. It's where you are when the ball's about 15 to 20 feet from home plate, and all good hitters are almost in the same position.
Dennis Menke, the Philadelphia batting coach, says with Kruk's stance, his approach is really based on timing. Timing is so important in his swing that if he gets just a little bit out of sync, he can have a little bit of a downturn as he did late in the regular season.
And the last 3 games in the LCS when he went 1 for 13.
one on Kruk. 2-2 the score in the third. Oh, and 2 the count on Kruk. Even for the World Series, John didn't bother to clean the pine tar off his helmet. Earlier in the year when Jim Fregosi asked him to do that, he went into a slump. He's gone back to the junk all over his helmet.
Fans up here in Toronto getting their first taste of Krukisms.
And in large doses. He was a popular figure at the press conference yesterday and was surrounded by reporters and cameras as the Phillies took batting practice. Of course, the papers had picked up right where they left off. The Phillies' appearance, so much of a topic of discussion and print during the LCS, and that has continued in the World Series previews. Pitch in the dirt, an excellent pitch on which to run for Duncan, and he steals second without a throw from Pat Borders. So the Phillies, not known as a running ball club, have 2 stolen bases in the first 3 innings.
But see, this is where, if you've never seen a pitcher before, a go-ahead scout can really help a ball club. How long does he take to get the ball to home plate? That high leg kick, and then he smooths it out almost to a slide step, and the ball in the dirt. Borders made a nice play just coming up with it. The second stolen base in 3 innings for the Phillies.
And a runner in scoring position with nobody out as the Phillies try to reclaim the lead. 2-2 the count on Kruk. Ball 3 up and in. And the count is full. Guzman walked 2 in the first. And then settled down to retire 5 in a row before the base hit by Duncan to open the third. A payoff pitch. Fouled to the screen. That fastball clocked at 96 miles per hour. Green didn't seem all that excited to be at the World Series. Another payoff pitch. Bounced into right field. A base hit past the diving Alomar. Here comes Duncan. Carter's throw is not in time. And the Phillies reclaim the lead. It's 3-2. John Kruk is 2 for 2 tonight and has driven in 2 of the 3 Phillies runs.
Hit sharply right side. The diving Alomar can't get it. Joe Carter's throw is low enough to keep Kruk at first base. You see how Olerud is faking cutting the ball off. That keeps Kruk there, but the throw too late to get Duncan, and the Phils take the lead again. I think that's what you're going to see in this series. Both teams taking the lead away from one another throughout.
Dave Hollins with a fly ball to straightaway center. White the catch for the first out of the inning. The hits are even now at 4 apiece, and the Phillies lead 3-2 in the third. Darren Dalton steps in. He singled to right to drive in a run in the first. After a slow start, he picked it up in the last couple of games of the league championship series against the Braves. And the first pitch to Dalton is strike 1. The Phillies, Dalton has waited the longest and been through the most in a Philadelphia uniform leading up to the World Series, and got the sense that his teammates were happy for themselves, but to a man they were happiest for Darren Dalton. Down the left field line and slicing out of play. Dalton first appeared in the major leagues with Philadelphia back in 1983. And prior to this year, he had never played on a team that finished closer than 15 games out of first place. Strike three. Dalton down swinging at the breaking ball for the second out of the inning and the fourth strikeout of the night for Juan Guzman.
Guzman has 4 strikeouts and 3 have been on sliders down in the dirt. Those are nasty sliders from Guzman. It has a tight grip on them, similar to a Steve Carlton slider. Steve Carlton throwing out the first ball in game 4 at Philadelphia.
Eisenreich slaps one to short. Fernandez to Alomar to end the inning. The Phillies take the lead. We'll return to Skydome after this message and a word from your local station.
Hoffman Cool Insurance asks you to think about your property and your belongings. Some of the things you enjoy all the time are fairly valuable and expensive to replace if anything happens to them. With an SGI home pack or tenant pack, you can rest a little easier. Hoffman Cool Insurance is an experienced local business ready to help you with all insurance matters. Open 6 days a week, conveniently located at number 575 Lenore Drive.
Accidents happen. Here's what you do. Report the accident to SGI. Bring the white sheet that you get from them to the body shop at Sherwood Chevrolet. We will order the required parts. When they arrive, we will give you a free loaner to drive while we are repairing your vehicle. You notice that we work on all makes of cars and trucks. Free loaner, guaranteed work, no gamble. Sherwood Chevrolet on 8th Street East. We'll fix it right.
Now, Mr. Fidelford, we'll talk about the painting.
Okay.
Now, first, the living room. I want it to be a soft green.
Uh-huh.
Not as blue-green as a robin's egg.
No.
But not as yellow-green as daffodil bud.
No.
It should just be a sort of grayish-yellow-green.
Uh-huh.
Good old-fashioned services available in Saskatoon at Days Paint, 701 2nd Avenue North, 1/2 block north of SGI.
We're very particular about our treatment of the environment here. We take great care and have over the years to not to damage the environment in any way.
The North is so vast that the little sections of land that they do take to mine uranium are so tiny as compared to the whole scope of northern Saskatchewan.
We care about our communities and our environment. Chemical, look over our shoulder, please.
One of the many appealing features of Skydome, Sightlines Restaurant in straightaway center field. You can enjoy what used to be a delicious meal and enjoy a World Series ball game. The Sightlines Restaurant is right below the Skydome Hotel out in straightaway center. Devon White, the batter. He took the first pitch of the inning from Kurt Schilling high for a ball. White had a tremendous league championship series against Chicago, and Dave Stewart, who was the MVP of the ALCS, said he thought Devon White was going to win it. It shouldn't come as much of a surprise. Devon White, a .346 career hitter in postseason play. And that is one of the best averages of all time. Third best, in fact. And look at the company. Lou Gehrig at .361 and Thurman Munson at .357. The only players with a better batting average in the postseason than White, among those who have had 100 or more postseason at bats. The Phillies lead 3-2. They've enjoyed the lead twice now in game 1. They get off to a 2-0 advantage. The Blue Jays tied it with 2 last inning off Schilling. And the Phils reclaim the lead with 1 in the top of the 3rd. The Ball high. Schilling missed with the fastball. The count is full.
Devon White from Jamaica. He moved to New York City with his family when he was 9 years old. He was a big soccer player down in Jamaica.
Dykstra waving off Thompson, and they misplay it. White around second and heading for third, and he'll get there as the throw is offline. Dykstra had his hand up the whole way as he was approaching the ball, but Thompson kept charging at him, and that did not appear to be a pleasant exchange between the two of them as they went to reclaim their positions.
Simply a breakdown in communications. Dykstra up with a glove, Thompson up with a glove, and the ball drops between them. It looked like Thompson got a glove on it. He did. Looked like it hit the left foot of Dykstra. Of course, you can't hear a lot. Dykstra with the hand up, and that does no good because by that time, Milt Thompson is watching the ball.
It's an error charge to Thompson, the first Philadelphia error of the ball game. And Roberto Alomar bats with the tying run at third and nobody out. The infield is playing back. Alomar was called out on strikes ending the first. Milt Thompson had only one error during the regular season on a Phillies team that admits that defense is a weakness, and we saw outstanding plays by the Phillies and very poor plays by the Phillies in the field during the league championship series.
I don't think that was Milt Thompson's fault. I think it was Len Dykstra's fault. When a left-handed hitter hits the ball the other way, the ball's going to tail back to the left fielder. And I think Dykstra, by following that ball, made the mistake of getting in the way of Milt Thompson, because the ball was coming back to Thompson in a much easier play for Milt than Lenny.
The 1-2. And Alomar fought it off. He'll be followed by Joe Carter. Devon White at third. Thompson had only one error, and he played in 106 regular season games. A pop-up that won't get the run in as Hollins settles under. That's the first out of the Toronto third. And it brings up Joe Carter, who singled to center leading off the second, and he scored the first Toronto run of the ball game. The infield remains back for Philadelphia, and Carter lifts one to right. With White's speed, that should be deep enough. Eisenreich with the catch, and White is on to score the tying run. So the Blue Jays capitalize on the error by Thompson to tie the game at 3.
You know, one thing should be noted here, Sean. Devon White being on third base instead of second base. There are a lot of major leaguers who wouldn't run hard out of the box and run through second base and be on third base rather handily. I'd say 80% of guys who hit a ball like that end up on second base. 80% of the big leaguers. And Devon White gets a lot of credit being on third, so he's able to score on the sac fly by Carter.
Of course, with Devon's graceful long strides and speed, he probably could have run backwards and made it to third on that play. Olerud, the hit in the count, 2-0. John singled to left and scored the second Toronto run last inning. The line scores now identical, each team with 3 runs on 4 hits, and each has committed an error. And that's a bounding ball past Bob Baylor in the first base coach's box. Terry Mulholland will be the game 2 starter tomorrow night for Philadelphia. Be opposed by Dave Stewart. Nice play on the comebacker by Schilling, and that ends the inning. But the error proves costly to the Phillies. After 3-3 the score.
Out here isn't the only place our Ford F-Series pickups have blazed new trails. Our engineering labs are filled with constant improvements like our new standard airbag and new convertible console seat. And yet, along with all these new ideas, there's one that's not new for us at all: toughness. Because when you design a truck for the future, it better be built to last that long. Ford F-Series, the #1 selling truck, is built Ford Tough.
Braun Flex Control. The first electric shaver with a pivoting head. Flex Control automatically adjusts to every contour of your face. Under the chin, under the lip, that tricky spot under your nose. You'll get the closest Braun shave yet. Flex Control from Braun, the last word in shavers.
Hey, Dad! You like tossing the ball?
You bet.
Honey, could you give me a hand?
Yeah.
Dad, can you drive me to Karen's, please?
Right there.
This is the office where our Ford truck engineers get a lot of work done. Because by knowing firsthand how a full-size pickup ought to work, they can make it work even better. That's why the Ford F-Series now has a new standard airbag, standard anti-lock brakes, and constant ideas to make tough even tougher. More proof that at Ford, we're looking ahead and looking to stay ahead. Ford F-Series, built Ford Tough.
Three the score after 3 innings. John Kruk is 2 for 2 and has driven in 2 of the 3 Philadelphia runs. Paul Molitor had an RBI single for Toronto, scored their first run. And Joe Carter has scored a run and driven in 1. And Kurt Schilling was victimized by the misplay in the outfield, the miscommunication between Thompson and Dykstra, which led to the tying run scoring for Toronto in the bottom of the 3rd. Line scores identical as the 4th inning rolls around. And Ricky Jordan looked at a first pitch ball from Juan Guzman. Bottom 3rd of the order, Jordan, Thompson, and Stockard.
Interesting to notice the reaction of Kurt Schilling, who gave up 2 runs in the 2nd inning. He was mad at himself. But an error by an outfielder, there's no way that he's going to show emotion on the bench, because that's really showing up your outfielder. And the Phillies and the Blue Jays, for that matter, both teams very professional and very much like a family. Very, very close. Matter of fact, Cito Gaston telling us that he's almost as happy these guys won it this year as opposed to last year, with 12 new faces on his team.
Even with all the new faces, he feels that this is a more closely knit group than the team that won the World Series last year. And of course, we've heard a lot about the togetherness and harmony of the Phillies, but it certainly looked after the misplay that Thompson and Dykstra were none too pleased with each other.
That can often be a reaction just to what happened. You're not necessarily taking it personally. It's just that you're mad because you both messed the play up.
I imagine in true Phillies fashion, that was probably taken care of in the dugout between innings. Davey Phillips rings up Ricky Jordan. He strikes out for the 2nd time tonight, and that's 5 strikeouts for Guzman, 1 out in the 4th.
Now this slider appeared to be outside right there, and outside by a pretty good margin.
Oh, yes.
As you can see there, that's 6 inches outside. Hitters don't mind if umpires call the high strike or the low strike, because they can reach them. But if you can't reach a ball, you can't hit it, and that ball is unreachable.
And it appeared that early in the game, right with the first batter, Dave Phillips had a very narrow strike zone, and all of a sudden, when it expands out there, the hitters don't know what to expect when they go up there. Milt Thompson bounced back to the mound his first time up. He tried to check that swing. It was much too late. 0-2 the count.
Thompson really went too far then.
Chop foul beyond the Philadelphia dugout. This is the first World Series for Milt Thompson. He's played more than 1,100 regular season games in his career. The 0-2. And he fought it off the other way. This very easily could have been a World Series between two teams called the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
Back in the mid-40s for 2 seasons, the Philadelphia Phillies were known as the Philadelphia Blue Jays. Of course, the Toronto franchise selected its nickname of Blue Jays in August of 1976. They had a name the team contest. Blue Jays was submitted by 154 participants. And it was then team owner Robert Carpenter who ran a contest early in 1944 to change the nickname of the Phillies. They hadn't had much success on the field. He thought the change of the name might change the image and perhaps turn around the results. 2 years with the Blue Jays, the Phillies officially restored as the nickname of the Philadelphia baseball team. One out and the bases empty in the fourth. 3-3 the score. 1-2 is the count on Thompson.
Matter of fact, the lady who sent in the winning entry back in 1944, for doing that, her name was Mrs. Crooks. And for doing that, she received a $100 war bond.
In her winning entry, which we obtained a copy of, I think it's exclusively the property of CBS. She said the Blue Jay will reflect new team spirit. It's colorful in personality. His fighting, aggressive spirit never admits defeat. He defends his home grounds fiercely. In his flights afar, its constancy of purpose never wavers. His jaunty, nonchalant poise, when in repose, would make a challenging insignia. No wonder they chose that. That kind of inspiring writing from Mrs. John L. Crooks of Philadelphia back in 1944. Now, of course, you played for the then Philadelphia Blue
No, I
Jays.
didn't. I was 3 years old then.
Strike 3. Thompson strikes out swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the fourth for Guzman. He has fanned 6 tonight. And another feature of Sky Dome along the concourse, a huge bat with the names of the members of last year's World Series Championship Blue Jay Club. 12 players have departed from that team. Derek Bell, David Cohn, Kelly Gruber, Tom Henke, Jimmy Key, Manuel Lee, Candy Maldonado, Jack Morris, Rance Mulliniks, Pat Tabler, David Wells, and Dave Winfield, all on the World Series roster last year for Toronto. 0-1 the count on Stalker, who bounced the first. His first time up. They've been replaced by Rob Butler, Willie Cañate, Tony Castillo, Darnell Coles, Danny Cox, Tony Fernandez, Ricky Henderson, Pat Henkin, Al Leiter, Paul Molitor, Dick Schofield, and Dave Stewart. Stalker to center and pretty well hit. Devon White still drifting back at the warning track. He makes the catch just in front of the 400-foot mark. And the Phillies go in order in the fourth after 3.5, 3-3 the score.
Labatt presents the World Series on CTV, sponsored by your local bottler of Coca-Cola. Always the real thing. Always Coca-Cola.
Look, a rainbow! Where? Over there! Oh, there! Don't you see it? I can, through my Panasonic Palm Quarter color viewfinder.
Where?
I hardly noticed it through my black and white viewfinder, but I'm sure I got it on tape.
Great, let's go see. Do your camcorder tapes play in a VHS recorder?
No.
Oh, well, my palm quarter tapes will.
Oh.
So why didn't you just get a palm quarter?
I don't know.
The choice is obvious. The Panasonic Palm Quarter. Its tapes will play in your VCR.
Over and over again, people ask me what I believe in. It's very simple. I believe in the people of Canada. I believe in the right to dignity and security. I believe that they should go to bed at night without worrying whether or not they will have a job in the morning, whether or not their children will have a future. I believe in my plan. I believe in my people. I believe we will make a difference.
I would have almost paid my own way to play baseball if I could have. The hitting was what I always liked, and I had a bat in my hand. I just felt like I was the man in command. I've been a member of the Hall of Fame since 1982. Probably one of the greatest thrills I had in life. I've been a card member since 1988. It works.
American Express is welcomed at the Hall of Fame and at places where you don't have to be a big hitter to get noticed.
You didn't feel compromised by having a family. And we promise you won't feel compromised by our family sedan. Leap year from Honda.
As a team leader, yesterday we talked about leadership.
In baseball, it's a team game, but it centers around a one-on-one confrontation between a pitcher and a hitter. So leadership to me in baseball is more of preparation, example, consistency, and approach day in and day out, being willing to pull guys aside maybe one-on-one. I'm not big on rah-rah speeches and clubhouse meetings, but I do like to be a guy to pat a guy in the back, let him know when he's doing something right or wrong. And, you know, if that's worked out into a leadership role and the guys have appreciated it, then it makes you feel good about what you've done.
And Molitor swung at the first pitch of the fourth. He's out on the fly ball to Eisenreich. In right, Paul now 1 for 2. He had an infield single and an RBI back in the second.
Usually in baseball, it's the players that come up through the farm system that are more often than not the leaders. It's very unusual for a team to have two leaders in Paul Molitor and Dave Stewart, who've obviously had great careers, but that in itself is not, does not qualify for leadership ability. But it's very unusual for two guys to pick up two players and both of them be leaders on the club, and that's what they are.
Tony Fernandez reached on a fielder's choice and drove in a run in the second. And he's ahead in the count with Kurt Schilling. 2 balls and no strikes. 1 out on the bases empty. Bottom of the fourth, 3-3 the score. Fernandez at the plate to be followed by Ed Sprague. And in this ballpark, we have the 2 most sure-handed shortstops in Major League Baseball history. Tony Fernandez with the lowest career rate of errors. Larry Boa, now the Phillies' third base coach, is number 2. Actually shared the lead from time to time this year. Fernandez began the season with the lowest career error rate among Major League shortstops. Boa took over when Fernandez had a couple of errors earlier in the year. But Tony, with solid play down the stretch, reclaimed the lead in that category. Here's Larry Boa. Fernandez drew a walk. The second issued by Schilling. And here's Ed Sprague, who bounced a single through the middle his first time up.
You might see some movement on the part of the Blue Jays now. They are in complete contrast to the Phillies. Most of the Blue Jays are first ball hitters.
Fernandez runs late, and he's a dead duck. Fernandez with the delay, and Dalton was able to throw him out with ease.
With the delayed steal, what a runner at first base tries to do, he tries to steal on the middle infielders, because after the pitch is through the strike zone, the middle infielders look down, and when he runs, they are usually late in covering second base, but not so Mariano Duncan.
Sprague tapped one to short. Stalker throws him out, and all of a sudden that's the end of the inning. After 4, 3-3 the score.
Now, with a Coca-Cola Sports Break, here's Rod Black.
And hello, Canada. Hope you're enjoying Game 1. It's a good one here at the Skydome. We'll get back to it in a moment, but let's quickly recap a busy day in sports across the nation. First to the CFL, Henry Gizmo Williams taking a pass from Damon Allen going 102 yards. It was all Edmonton over the Rough Riders today. 19-1, the Eskimos 9-6. The Rough Riders fall to 3-12. Playoff time reaching the desperation point. The Argos play Calgary on Monday. Great week for Pointe Claire, Quebec's Craig Ruzetsky. It came to an end in the semifinals in Tokyo today. He lost to Todd Martin, who will play Yvonne Lendl in the championship. There are 12 games in the National Hockey League tonight. We have some highlights from a couple of them. A rematch of last night, the Maple Leafs and the Detroit Red Wings, this time in Joe Louis Arena. Some leftover tempers from last night, too, as they get rough early. The Leafs hit the scoreboard. Dave Andrechuk, his 7th of the season. John Cullen has a goal for Toronto as well. Mark Howe has scored for Detroit. It is 2-1 for the Leafs, looking to go 6-0. It's in the third period. To Montreal in the Forum, the Canadiens and the Nordiques. It is Craig Wolanin stopped by Patrick Roy early, but the Nordiques turn it on. Mike Ricci with the goal. Quebec leading by a score of 4-1 in the third. We'll have more scores, more highlights when we see you in the middle of the 8th. Enjoy the ball game. Let's get back to it.
Now a World Series moment from Game 1, 1954. Willie Mays with the spectacular catch of Vic Wertz's drive to center in the 8th inning of that ball game with 2 men on and nobody out. A 2-2 game at the time. New York went on to win the game 5-2 in the series over Cleveland 4-0.
Larry Doby was on second base, Al Rosen on first base. Doby went to third, and from everybody that I've talked to who saw that catch, Sean, it wasn't necessarily the catch. I mean, the catch was spectacular, but it was the throw after the catch and the wherewithal of Mays to get the ball back in the infield quickly to prevent Doby from scoring.
Of course, that was Cleveland's last appearance in the World Series, 1954. Philadelphia Phillies making just their 5th appearance in franchise history in the World Series. And they're tied with the Blue Jays at 3-3 as Lenny Dykstra begins the 5th. Dykstra walked, stole second, and scored in the first. He bounced to second in the second. Juan Guzman has retired 6 in a row. Check swing, no swing, says Charlie Williams of the National League, the third base umpire.
Dykstra go too far? Well, he could have. That was close. Almost all replays look like the hitter went too far, however.
The 1-2 on Dykstra. Lenny and Ricky Henderson indirectly engaged in an exchange of words yesterday through the media. Dykstra was quoted as saying, when Ricky wants to play, he can be dangerous to the opposition. The implication being that Henderson doesn't always perform at 100% intensity. Ricky thought that Dykstra seemed to be claiming the mantle of the best leadoff man in baseball. And Ricky says 1 year doesn't make you the best leadoff man in baseball. Ricky maintains that he has earned that kind of respect with his performance over the duration of his career.
In my opinion, he's the best leadoff hitter in the history of the game, hands down.
Well, you could certainly say that Dykstra had the best season of a leadoff hitter this year in Major League Baseball.
Even though Henderson, before the trade from Oakland, was having a terrific year with the Athletics, and by all rights should have been on the All-Star team, but didn't make it.
Was left off by his current manager, Cito Gaston. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Of course, Dykstra was also an All-Star game snub. Bobby Cox said he was the toughest omission. Guzman has walked 2. Both of those walks were in the first inning. He struck out 6. Payoff pitch. Sliced out of play.
I think Lenny Dykstra was the toughest out in the major leagues this year because of what he just did, foul the ball back. He had 29 leadoff walks. He had a leadoff walk to lead off this game and scored a run. He is undeterred on the pitch count. 773 plate appearances this year. That's a major league record, surpassing Pete Rose in 1974.
And that's a lob down the right field line, and a great catch by Alomar. The Gold Glover with a diving grab of the soft line drive over the head of Olerud. He was almost on the right field line when he made the catch.
This play was awesome. The ball didn't have a lot of hang time. We talked about Alomar's range. No second baseman in baseball comes close to that ball. That is a remarkable play by Roberto Alomar. Wow. He went past the first base position to make that catch.
Duncan looked at ball 1. And ball 2.
I don't think I've ever seen a second baseman roam from the line to second base any wider than Roberto Alomar. He is just remarkable. He made 14 errors this year, but he's never made an error in postseason play.
Two and 1 now on Duncan.
I think some of the errors that he makes, the reason is because he can get to those balls. Most guys, they're base hits, but with Alomar, he gets to balls and has a chance to make an error on balls that most second basemen don't even have a chance on.
Roberto has been the Gold Glove winner at second base in the American League the last 2 years. Actually, there's a little bit stiffer competition these days now that Chico Lind is in the American League with the Kansas City Royals. Guzman has set down 7 in a row with the help from Alomar, and that's out of play. Still 2 and 2 on Duncan. John Kruk to hit next. 3-3 the score in the top of the 5th. This is game 1 of the World Series. Game 2 here in Toronto tomorrow night. Games 3, 4, and 5, if necessary, will be played in Philadelphia. Games 6 and 7 are necessary. They'd be back here. And another full count for Guzman. Bonds up to 93 pitches. Payoff pitch. Popped up out of play behind the plate. Duncan is coming into the option year on his contract, and the Phillies will have to make a decision in the offseason. If he comes back next year, he'll make $2.2 million. Obviously, with a number of players eligible for salary arbitration, Phillies payroll is likely to go up. It almost always does coming off a successful season.
Phillies payroll about half of what the Blue Jays is.
Jays payroll at $51 million. And the Phillies at right around $26 million.
And with a $7 million per team cut in the national TV contract, teams are going to have to look at those decisions that much more seriously. Olerud runs out of room.
Popcorn, peanuts, caramel popcorn.
Doesn't look like popcorn business is very good in the upper deck behind the plate. Mitch Williams, the wild thing. Another 3-2 to Duncan. Well hit to left. Way back toward the 375 mark. Henderson. It's off the top of the wall. Duncan on his way to third as White retrieves, and it's a triple for Mariano Duncan.
Duncan led the major leagues in triples.
Peanuts, caramel popcorn.
Doesn't look like popcorn business is very good in the upper deck behind the plate. Mitch Williams, the wild thing. Another 3-2 to Duncan. Well hit to left. Way back toward the 375 mark. Henderson. It's off the top of the wall. Duncan on his way to third as White retrieves, and it's a triple for Mariano Duncan.
Duncan led the major leagues in triples back in 1990 when he played for the Cincinnati Reds. This ball just misses from going out of here. Two things, and it also just misses being caught by Ricky Henderson. A couple of inches either way. Henderson with the leap and the ball bouncing off the top of the fence, and Duncan has a triple. Now the infield will have to play in for John Kruk, a hitter's delight right here.
Kruk already with 2 runs batted in tonight. Of course, Duncan set a record with 2 triples in Game 3 of the LCS against Atlanta here in Game 1 of the World Series. He has his second hit of the night, a triple. And the infield is in for Toronto in a 3-3 game in the 5th. Kruk has 2 singles. He's driven in 1 run with each of those 2 hits. In the dirt. Here comes the runner to the plate, and he is safe. Duncan took a chance as Borders blocked the ball, and it didn't get all that far from home plate. It was up the third base line, but Duncan didn't hesitate, and he comes on to score the go-ahead run. The Phillies lead for the 3rd time tonight. It's 4-3.
The reason he took the chance is because Guzman was winding up, no chance of throwing behind him, and he was in position to make the play, and makes it rather easily. See right there, landing on his right foot, and by the time the ball bounces away from Borders, Borders tried to backhand the play. A little shovel pass to Guzman, but the wild pitch cost the Blue Jays a run. Remember, Guzman had 26 wild pitches on the season, and Duncan scores easily, and the Phillies retake the lead.
4-3 Philadelphia. 1 out of the bases now empty, and 1-2 the count on Kruk. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 26 wild pitches during the regular season was an American League record set by Juan Guzman. He had 26 of the 83 wild pitches thrown by Toronto hurlers, total that led the league. It's a tough staff to catch for Pat Borders. Off-speed pitch, the changeup, and it missed, and the count is full.
Put Pat Borders on another team, and he wouldn't have that problem, but he's got Guzman, who is wild. He walked 110 with 26 wild pitches. Dave Stewart with the splitter in the dirt. Jack Morris relied on the splitter in the dirt.
And it was Morris who held the old American League record for wild pitches. And he uncorked 24 for Detroit back in 1987. 4-3 Philadelphia in the 5th inning. Another 3-2 to Kruk. Is ball 4. He's on base for the 3rd time tonight. The 3rd walk issued by Guzman. The first one has thrown since the 1st inning. And the batter is Dave Hollins, who walked in the 1st and flied to center in the 3rd. Hollins is from Orchard Park, New York, which is in suburban Buffalo, and that's not very far from Sky Dome, only about an hour-and-a-half drive. And the pitch count, 105 for Guzman. And right on cue, the pitching coach Dale Cisco. There is no action at the moment, but that will change momentarily. One of the features of Sky Dome is that you cannot see into the bullpens from most locations at Sky Dome. And Al Leiter is warming up. You see the sign in the background. Class of 1958 BHS. That was posted by the man in the background, John Sullivan, the Blue Jays bullpen coach. He is missing his 35th high school reunion tonight. That's Bernardsville High School in New Jersey. So Sully wanted to send along his best wishes to his classmates celebrating their 35th reunion tonight. His graduating class, about 160 students. John's wife made the sign. 1-1 the count on Hollins.
I think I'd rather be a part of a World Series team than go to a reunion. Nothing against reunions.
And Sully feels that way too. And we should note that this is also a very special day. You mentioned you were 3 years old when the Blue Jays in Philadelphia were then the Philadelphia Blue Jays, not the Philly. And today you are celebrating a birthday. And the folks could probably do the math.
I'm 52 this evening.
5-2. Yes, indeed.
Not this morning, this evening. I was going to wait as long as I could.
Well, from all of us at CBS and I'm sure the many fans around the country, a happy birthday.
Thank you.
That one rattled the mask of Borders. You were talking with Pat yesterday. Certainly you can sympathize with his experience as a catcher. And I was interested to hear his response when you asked him, how many days this year have you gone behind the plate feeling well? And he said, oh, about 10.
10 out of 162. And that's one of the reasons right there. He gets one uncorked right off the mask, and now a ball in the dirt. Guzman has thrown one wild pitch in this inning that led to a run. And here's another one. Another idea of why this Toronto pitching staff is so hard to catch. A lot of bumps and bruises from Pat Borders catching Dave Stewart in the pennant clincher against the White Sox last week.
Still 2-2 on Hollins. One out. Kruk at first, one run in here in the 5th. The Phillies lead for the 3rd time tonight. It's 4-3.
We talked about that unusual move of Juan Guzman. Most power pitchers have a high leg kick. But with Guzman, he kicks the leg high, and then he slides it out. That is a very unusual leg kick for Juan Guzman.
And Hollins had to kick his legs out of the way to avoid ball 3.
Most right-handed pitchers are either, the power pitchers either kick the leg up real high or have the slide step. Well, Guzman has both.
You think Kruk will be running?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Phillies with the lead.
He does run on the 3-2 pitch, bounced down to first. Olerud looked at second, but he knew that Kruk was off with the pitch. So Jim Fregosi's decision to move the runner kept him out of the double play.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons you do it. You send the runner to stay out of the double play. Ideally, as an offensive player, you'd obviously like to have first and third in that situation. Like to have a home run, but things like that, they don't happen that often. But the play is designed to first and third them and to stay out of the double play. And now Dalton will be walked intentionally.
To put runners at first and second. And they'll take their chances with Jim Eisenreich.
You know, it's tough to walk batters intentionally with a guy like Guzman pitching because he walks a lot of guys anyway. Sometimes an intentional walk can lead to a big inning, even though Eisenreich is 0 for 2 on the night.
Gaston doesn't gain anything in terms of righty versus lefty. Eisenreich is a left-handed hitter, as is Dalton. Guzman has thrown 31 pitches this inning and 111 for the ball game. Phillies lead 4-3. They've reclaimed the lead with a run here in the 5th, and they have Jim Eisenreich at the plate, the 6th batter of the inning. He is struck out and grounded out. First pitch to Eisenreich at 95 miles per hour. He fouled it straight back and out of play. And a breaking ball low. 1-1. Pulled foul past Mel Roberts in the first base coach's box. 1-2 on Eisenreich. The Phillies brain trust: Dennis Menke, John Vukovich, Jim Fregosi, Johnny Padres. The 1-2 in the dirt. Another good block by Borders. Cito Gaston said before the game tonight Borders probably should have caught fewer games than he did this year, but Cito notes Borders is one of those guys who can't stand to come out of the lineup. Sometimes you just have to tell the player, too bad, you're not playing tonight. Half swing, and it's bounced down to Sprague at third. He goes to first to end the inning. Halfway through the ball game, Philadelphia 4, Toronto 3.
Labatt presents the World Series on CTV, sponsored by Honda, the official car of the Toronto Blue Jays for the past 17 years.
To some, it was a contradiction. The notion of converting the smallest amount of liquid resources into pure power. Some dabbled with it, approached it, surrounded it. But Honda made it happen. VTEC, high
no heat pasteurizing, and no added preservatives. It's Canada's own cold-filtered Labatt Genuine Draft.
Many you'll never meet.
Bill Hughes, mechanic.
Some you may remember for making a difference on your last trip.
Lorna Fraser, flight attendant.
But the one thing the over 17,000 men and women of Canadian Airlines have in common
Kelly Shaw, maintenance.
is the shared belief that you have the right to a choice of airline.
Joe Harmon, welder.
And they're doing everything they can to make sure you do.
Trimark Mutual Funds. We manage to outperform.
Well, it's good to see that the folks here at Sky Dome appreciate the magnitude of this historic occasion. Tim McCarver's 52nd birthday.
Well,
and
that's mighty nice.
look at what our crew has whipped up for you. Our producer, Bob Dekas, and our director, Bob Fishman, spent all day in the kitchen today.
No, that's very nice. After 4 years, it's a piece of cake.
Hope you're hungry.
I am.
Look at the size of this.
It's like you need a tarp to cover it.
Isn't
That is
beautiful?
very nice. Very, very
I
nice.
look forward to that after the game. It's good to see at age 52 you can still blush.
Oh, that is very nice. That's a big league cake right there. Wow.
Foul ball off the bat of the leadoff man here in the bottom of the fifth, Pat Borders, who lined to the first baseman Kruk his first time up. So it's comeback time again for Toronto. They find themselves trailing for the third time tonight. Borders, then the top of the order, Ricky Henderson and Devon White against Curt Schilling. Down the right field line and slicing toward the corner. It is a foul ball, and not by much.
Right field umpire Dana DeMuth is right on top of the play, and this is one of the reasons that in postseason play you have a right field umpire. But that ball slicing toward the line really doesn't have a lot of room. It actually hit the wall before it landed foul, but had that wall not been there, it would have been about 4 feet foul.
That's part of our new contest too. Hit a CBS Sports banner, win a cake. Sorry. Didn't last long. Pat Borders honing in, trying to take it away from you very quickly. I don't think he actually hit the sign. So you get to keep the cake momentarily at least. Strike three. Borders called out on strikes. Leading off the fifth, that's just the second strikeout of the night for Schilling,
who struck out 19 in the National League Championship Series in 16 innings. This ball right on the front corner of the plate. Doesn't matter where the catcher catches the ball. He could catch it off the plate. But that ball, as you could see, caught the front corner. Only the second strikeout, but Schilling overpowering against the Braves has not been so tonight.
His first pitch, a strike to Ricky Henderson. Ricky walked in the first inning, flied to right in the second. He took a big cut and then immediately looked at his hand. Mentioned that both hands are sore for Ricky, and the count is 0-2. Pat Gillick, the Blue Jay general manager, has acknowledged that if he had it to do over again, he probably wouldn't make the Henderson trade. Duncan throws him out. Ricky went sliding into first, head first, but it was too late. 2 down in the fifth. Tomorrow on the NFL Today, join Greg and Terry for all the latest NFL news, including a special look at 49ers quarterback Steve Young. Is he ready for the NFC Championship rematch versus Dallas? Jimmy Johnson talks about the Cowboys' chances.
Plus an update on Bernie Kosar and Warren Moon as they ride the bench. Our studio guest tomorrow is Eric Dickerson. It's all tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern on the NFL Today. It's all you need to know. Devon White, the hitter, and he looked at a breaking ball in the dirt for ball one. It was White who reached on the air, charged to Thompson when Thompson and Dykstra combined to misplay Devon's fly ball in the third. He scored an unearned run, charged to Schilling in the third. Out of play to left, 1-1 on White. He mentioned during Devon's first at bat that he was born in Kingston, Jamaica, came to New York City when he was 9, didn't play baseball until he was 9 years old. He was a soccer and a cricket player. And a little bit later on, you will explain to us all the rules of cricket.
Without being a good low ball hitter, you have to be in cricket. Devon's father, as a matter of fact, was one of the famous cricketers from Jamaica.
A bullet to right. That one might land in Jamaica. Into the second deck and right for Devon White. A mammoth home run to tie the game at 4.
Looked like a splitter or a slider, but not for long.
Now a pop-up by Alomar. Hollins in foul ground, puts it away to end the inning. But the Blue Jays have tied it again on the home run by White, 4-4 after 5.
This is CTV, Canada's official network of the Olympic Winter Games.
You didn't feel compromised by having a family. And we promise you won't feel compromised by our family sedan. Leap year from Honda.
Prime Minister Kim Campbell's job plan.
Most new jobs come from the small business sector, and our plan will encourage more. We will help the sector grow by making financing more accessible, providing better tax incentives for venture capital investment, reducing small business administrative costs by cutting red tape. And we'll help our young people start new businesses by providing support, training, and access to startup loans.
Discover the SO Tiger. Spirit of service.
Cheese, please.
Isn't it nice to have a taste for life?
Canadian cheese, please. Labatt presents the World Series on CTV, sponsored by Honda, the official car of the Toronto Blue Jays for the past 17 years.
Came off the mound after having surrendered the game-tying home run to Devon White. So it's 4-4 as we go to the 6th. The line scores again identical. And after 5 innings by Juan Guzman, Cito Gaston has handed the ball over to Al Leiter.
Al Leiter traded for Jesse Barfield back in 1989. And after years, about 3 as a matter of fact, of struggling, all sorts of operations on the elbow and shoulder, he is back in fine form. He worked 34 games this year. He started 12, and one of the big questions was whether Al Leiter would start Game 4 of the series. Maybe Cito Gaston will work him a couple of innings here as a tune-up.
Leiter's first World Series pitch, a strike to Ricky Jordan, who is happy that Guzman has departed. He struck out twice against Juan. That's fouled out of play and right. Into the crowd of 52,011. Leiter 6'3", 215 pounds. He'll turn 28 years old 1 week from tonight. And Jordan fouled it away with a half swing. Jordan, Thompson, and Stockard, the bottom third of the order for Philadelphia in the 6th. Up and in, 1-2. In on the hands, a little looper that falls in right. Ricky Jordan with the base hit. Yesterday we spoke with Al Leiter about the meaning of this World Series appearance.
This is a dream. I mean, you know, this World Series, I mean, I look at the perspective of things. I mean, you know, you hear about guys talking about blowing games or maybe giving up a key hit and whatnot. This is all kind of a fantasy for me. I mean, of course, go out there, be aggressive, throw strikes, and do the things that a pitcher has to do to get hitters out. But other than that, I mean, it's kind of not the real world.
It's a real-life fantasy camp for Al Leiter.
And he talked about understanding the meaning of the real world and life within it. Comes from a working class family in New Jersey. He's the youngest of 7 children. His twin sister Alexia, the only girl in the family. She was 17 minutes older than Al. 1-1 the count as he works to Milt Thompson, who hit only 175 this year against left-handed pitching during the regular season. Bounced back to the mound and struck out against Guzman. 4-4 the score in the 6th inning. Chopped to short. Fernandez. Double play, and that's about as easy as it will get for Tony Fernandez.
One hopper to Fernandez. You may be wondering, well, why didn't Jim Fregosi use Pete Incaviglia? He's got the right-handed hitter on the bench. In a 4-4 game, it's really too early to use a pinch hitter, because if Incaviglia doesn't produce, well, then you weaken your defense. Thompson, a much better defensive left fielder than Pete. If you're trailing by 2 runs, I think you might have seen Incaviglia, but it being a tie game, it's still more or less a defensive battle.
Now Kevin Stockard surprised just about everybody in the ballpark during his last at bat when he had a fly ball to the base of the wall and straightaway center field. On White, a long way to Shaggy. You can't see into the bullpens here, and consequently, when those in the bullpen are at field level, they can't see the action through the fence, so they have raised seating in each bullpen. Check swing and a ball low and in. 2-1 on Stockard. Two outs, bases empty, 6th inning. 4-4 the score.
right on the corner to Stocker.
Now the 2-2 pitch. Just outside. There had been speculation that Al Leiter would be the Game 4 starting pitcher for the Blue Jays. Neil Gaston has only named his first 3 starters. Guzman tonight, Stewart tomorrow, Pat Henkin in Game 3. Pulled sharply foul. Leiter and Stottlemyre had been considered the candidates to start Game 4 if Gaston decides to go with 4 starters, but Jim Fregosi thinks Cito might only use 3.
We asked Al Leiter yesterday whether he would rather appear in 4 games and contribute or start 1 game and contribute. He said, I'd rather appear in 4.
Payoff pitch is ball 4 up and away. At the conclusion of tonight's game, Tim and I will select the Chevrolet player of the game. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 in the player's name to the Special Olympics. Top of the order around for the 4th time for Philadelphia. Lenny Dykstra. 0 for 2. He walked, leading off the ball game, stole second and scored the first run of the game. Last time up, he was robbed of a hit on a great diving catch of a pop up along the right field line by Roberto Alomar. Strike 2. 0-2 on Dykstra.
Now it's more of a running count than it was earlier because the count 0-2. If Stocker is thrown out, then Dykstra leads off the 7th inning. Stocker with 5 stolen bases during the season. He was not caught.
And the Phillies have stolen 2 bases tonight. Up the middle, base hit. Stocker will stop at second. And perhaps he was fortunate that White didn't throw in behind him. He made a very wide turn around second base. Dykstra has his first hit of the night.
Here's a situation, depending on the out count, you may try to go to third base. With 1 out, you definitely try it. With none or 2 outs, you don't try it. It's really not worth the risk. With 2 outs, for the most part, you're going to score from second on a ball just as well as you're going to score from third. Of course, a wild pitch. If you got Guzman pitching, you take a chance to go to third because of all the wild pitches he throws. But normally, you just can't take the chance with 2 outs.
Runners at first and second with 2 down. 4-4 the score in the 6th inning. Here's Duncan. Mariano has singled and tripled tonight. Stolen a base and scored 2 runs. Leiter has given up 2 hits and a walk in the inning. Duncan up the middle. Alomar, great play to keep it in the infield. He lost the handle, but Stocker was diving back into third head first. If Stocker had remained on his feet, he would have been able to score once the ball slipped out of the hand of Alomar.
Well, Larry Bowa, a middle infielder and now the third base coach for the Phillies, sees Alomar make the play. Another remarkable range play by Alomar. Stocker is making the turn. He doesn't know whether the ball's gotten through or not, but look at Bowa, up with the hands, go back because he thought Alomar was going to come up and throw behind Stocker at third base. Bowa, as a matter of fact, managed Alomar in AAA with the Padres, their AAA farm, and the Padres. Great play by Alomar.
Bases loaded with 2 outs. And John Kruk, the batter. He's working on a perfect night. He has singled twice and walked. He has driven in 2 and scored 1. He looked at ball 1, and Borders goes to the mound to speak with Leiter. The runner at third is Kevin Stocker. He reached with 2 outs on a walk. Then Lenny Dykstra singled to center. He's now at second after the infield hit by Mariano Duncan. Phillies hope to give Kurt Schilling the lead for the 4th time tonight. Inside corner, 1-1 on Kruk. Kruk didn't fare very well during the regular season with the bases full. He had only 1 hit. Breaking ball went around the inside part of the plate. 2-1. Big rip and a miss. Per hour on the lighter fastball. He'll try to emerge from this inning unscathed, despite having surrendered 3 hits and a walk. The 2-2, low and away. And now there will be all kinds of movement with a 3-2 pitch and the bases loaded, 2 outs. All the runners will be off with the Leiter delivery.
Leiter's winding up, and he should be stretching. On a short double long single, that allows the runner at first to score.
The runners go, and Kruk strikes out. 3 hits and a walk, but no runs for Philadelphia in the 6th. We'll return to Sky Dome after this message and a word from your local station.
A CTV News Update brought to you by Canadian Tire. Here is Sandy Ronaldo.
Good evening. Some stories we're following. The United Nations approves the naval blockade of Haiti. The ring of containment tightens as Canada prepares to join American warships in the waters around Haiti. And Lucien Bouchard unveils his party's foreign policy platform. Back in a moment.
It happens about 52 times a year, generally after the second cup of coffee. It's called Saturday. And for a lot of people, it means a trip to Canadian Tire, where Canadians can buy products they're proud to own at the price they want to pay. Top quality, guaranteed low prices. Maybe that's why people have been coming back for over 70 years of Saturdays. And all the other fine days, too. There's a lot more to Canadian Tire for a lot less.
Also ahead tonight, the warm-ups are over. Let the games begin. Details on the CTV News.
Dreams. Not just for yourself, but more for your kids.
Yeah, hoping the future will be okay and they'll be happy.
Sharing. You know, not seeing everything the same old way.
Yeah, like having an appreciation of how other people live.
Saying that's one thing. Meaning it? Well, that's another.
Bank of Montreal. We're paying attention.
Great. But as customers, we'll be watching.
This is your standard living room. Seating for 8 with all the comforts of home. Our living room also has seating for 8 with all the comforts of home. The only difference is ours comes with a 4.3-liter V6 engine, standard 4-wheel anti-lock brakes, a driver's side facial airbag, and the most towing capacity in its class. Introducing the 1994 GMC Safari.
Game 2 of the 1993 World Series is tomorrow night here at Sky Dome. We're on the air at 8 Eastern Time with the first pitch scheduled for 8:29. Airtime on CBS for all the World Series games is 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And the pitchers tomorrow night, Terry Mulholland for Philadelphia and Dave Stewart for Toronto. Game 1 tied at 4. Blue Jays with a chance to take the lead for the first time tonight. And they have the middle third of their order coming up against Kurt Schilling. Joe Carter looked at ball one. He singled and scored in the second and had a sacrifice fly in the third. 1 ball and 1 strike. Schilling has needed only 74 pitches to reach this point. Juan Guzman, the Toronto starter, his 5 innings threw 120 pitches. Guzman surrendered 4 runs on 5 hits. He walked 4. One of those was an intentional walk. He struck out 6 through a wild pitch. All the runs against Guzman were earned runs. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Carter. We talked about all of the new faces on this Blue Jay roster. Joe Carter almost needed to be replaced by the Blue Jays. He came very close to going to the Kansas City Royals as a free agent in the offseason. Which they turned down more money to stay in Toronto. That was especially a difficult decision because the Carters make their home in the Kansas City area and will always live there.
That it had gotten to the point where he had written letters to the people in Toronto telling them that he was not returning.
And his agent had collaborated to write an open letter to the fans that they hoped would be published in the Toronto paper.
Sean, you asked him yesterday how close was it, and he held his thumb and forefinger together about 1/10 of an inch apart. He said that close.
Chop back to the mound. Schilling makes the play. That'll bring up John Olerud, the league's leading hitter this year. We talked with him about his hitting philosophy.
I think it just depends on how I feel, how up at the plate. When I'm feeling good, I'm able to react to pitches a lot better, and I'm picking up the ball sooner. And I don't know, I try to be as selective as I can because I can't hit those tough pitches out of the strike zone.
He hits that one down the right field line and deep, hooking toward the pole. Home run! John Olerud gives the Blue Jays their first lead of the night. It's 5-4 Toronto.
That soundbite, John Olerud saying, I can't hit those tough pitches out of the strike zone. But he can certainly hit those in the strike zone. Wow.
Second home run of the night for the Blue Jays. Devon White hit the first last inning that tied the game at 4-4. It's the second postseason homer of Olerud's career. He hit 24 during the regular season. And Toronto leads for the first time tonight 5-4 in the 6th inning. Schilling has now given up 6 hits. Paul Molitor was thrown out by Duncan. Molitor now 1 for 3. He had an infield single to pick up an RBI back in the 2nd.
You know, when you think about it, Olerud swings like Devon White runs. Devon White with that loping, smooth, and easy stride of his, and Olerud with that smooth, easy swing of his.
John said his goal for this year was to hit 300 for the first time. Certainly exceeded that expectation and then some. Tony Fernandez, the batter. Action again in the Philadelphia bullpen. Ben Rivera was up earlier. Now it's Roger Mason. The bullpen coach Mike Ryan looking on. Backdoor breaking ball miss. 2-0 on Fernandez. Cito Gaston said it was a big lift to Olerud when they acquired Fernandez in the trade from the Mets. It gave John a little bit more protection. Tony chops one to second. And Duncan throws him out. But the Blue Jays have the lead, courtesy of the home run by Olerud after 6, 5-4 Toronto.
Something old is modern again. Modern Cafe and Billiards.
There are some things parents will never hear.
Mom, would it be okay if I went to bed early tonight?
Things that would be too good to be true.
Would anyone mind if I vacuum the stairs?
Luckily, some things are good and true. Like the McDonald's family-sized pepperoni pizza. Smothered in cheese and pepperoni for only $5.99 or 2 for $10. Every day.
No dessert for me, Mom. I don't deserve it.
The family-sized pepperoni pizza. It's a parent's dream come true.
Cameco and the uranium mining industry are making a difference in communities like Porcupine Plain.
Cameco and the exploration industry purchased thousands of core boxes from us during the course of a year. Not only does this allow us to survive, but I think in real terms it allows our small rural community to survive as well.
The Porcupine Opportunities Real Work for Real Wages program gives challenged people more than jobs. It shows them what they can achieve.
The people who work here take a lot of pride in their work, and it shows.
Cameco, connected to Saskatchewan's communities.
Here's 2 more reasons why all trucks are not created equal. Ford trucks offer split bench seating, power lumbar, and improved Super Cab rear seating. Plus, get 3.9 financing up to 48 months, but only till October 22nd and only at your Ford and Mercury dealer. Here's 2 more reasons why all trucks are not created equal. Buy selected Ford pickups and get the V8 engine upgrade and handling package at no extra charge. Plus, get 3.9 financing up to 48 months, but only till October 22nd and only at your Ford and Mercury dealer.
Heading to the 7th inning in Game 1 of the World Series, and the Toronto Blue Jays lead for the first time tonight by a score of 5-4. And Roberto Alomar's 2 defensive plays loom large right now.
Yeah, that kind of gets lost in the shuffle. In the 5th inning, he makes the play on the Lenny Dykstra little looper over first base, and this shows you the extraordinary range of Roberto Alomar. He makes it about even with the position, and then with Duncan up and runners on at first and second and 2 out, Alomar once again shows that there is a Rob in Robbie.
And Dave Hollins is at the plate, facing Al Leiter. Tries to avoid giving up a run last inning, thanks in large part to the assistance of Alomar. Hollins 0 for 2 with a walk his first time up. Darren Dalton is on deck, and then Jim Eisenreich. Leiter beginning his 2nd inning of relief. Juan Guzman. And Kurt Schilling has gone all the way through the first 6 innings for Philadelphia. Broken bat, dribbler down to third. Sprague on the move. Nice play.
All in one motion for Ed Sprague. Transfer of the ball from the glove and a strong throw. Ed Sprague with 17 errors this year, but he did a very, very good job. And that's one of the reasons Cito Gaston says it's not an easy decision whether to put Paul Molitor there when the Blue Jays go to Philadelphia on Tuesday for Game 3.
Decision Gaston still has not made. He said before the game tonight he wants to wait to see how these first couple of games go. Darren Dalton singled to right to drive in a run in the first. He struck out in the third and was intentionally walked in the 5th. And is in the hole here, 0-2. It wasn't all that long ago that Al Leiter experienced what he called the lowest of several low points in his career. That was in 1991. And he spent much of the year at Dunedin in Florida on 2 injury rehabilitation assignments. He and his wife, and at the time they were newlyweds, were in a hotel. They thought it would just be 20-day rehab and then on the way back to the major leagues. And as it turns out, Leiter spent much of the summer at Dunedin, far away from the bright lights of the major leagues. Alomar throws out Dalton. As we mentioned, Dunedin. That's where the Blue Jays hold their spring training, and the Phillies train in Clearwater. Their two spring training ballparks are only about 5 miles apart. And as a result, they do see a lot of each other in the spring. Played 4 times in spring training to the Phillies and the Blue Jays. The Phillies won all 4, prompting Cito Gaston to make the Phillies his pick to win the National League East before the season began. So that's why you're picking the Phillies. He said, well, we can't beat them, so they must be pretty good.
Cito Gaston and Jim Fregosi, very close friends. They belong to the same country club, Crescent Oaks Country Club in Tarpon Springs, Florida.
Fregosi said they don't play much golf together, but they have met from time to time at the 19th hole. Charlie Williams said it was not a swing by Eisenreich, who's 0 for 3 tonight.
Wow. Tough pitch to take and a tough pitch to call a ball.
That's a swing.
I thought the pitch was a strike, too.
No question about that one. Leiter works a 1-2-3 inning. 7th inning stretch in Toronto. The home team has a 1-run lead.
Labatt presents the World Series on CTV. Sponsored by SaskTel.
Gotta tell you about the SaskTel Long Distance Windfall Call Contest. Keep track of your long distance calls. When you've made 5, send them in to win. Or order one of these SaskTel Long Distance Savings Plans. You could win a new Pontiac Grand Am. Or one of 2 Macintosh computers from Apple. Or one of hundreds of great prizes from SaskTel. Make every call count with the SaskTel Long Distance Windfall Call Contest. Entry forms in your mail or at SaskTel Telemarts.
This man is no ordinary man. He sets the prices at Canadian Tire. Prices that get noticed. Prices that have impact. He keeps prices especially low on many of the brands you use most. No, this is not a sale. It's everyday low prices like these MotoMaster all-season radials from $27.99 each, and save every day on 4 packs of hockey tape and Cooper SK600 hockey helmets. So please, don't be alarmed. He just likes doing his job. There's a lot more to Canadian Tire for a lot less.
This is a Sony Trinitron commercial. Sony Trinitron, designed to last.
This is your standard living room. Seating for 8 with all the comforts of home. Our living room also has seating for 8 with all the comforts of home. The only difference is, ours comes with a 4.3-liter V6 engine, standard 4-wheel anti-lock brakes, a driver's side facial airbag, and the most towing capacity in its class. Introducing the 1994 GMC Safari.
Friends, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. Kurt Schilling's first pitch of the bottom of the 7th, the ball up and in to Ed Sprague. Blue Jays batting with a 5-4 lead. They have trailed 3 times in this ball game. This is the first time they've led. Sprague with a high pop-up. Hollins running out of room. There is action in the Philadelphia bullpen. The right-hander is Larry Anderson and the lefty David West. Right-handed hitters due up in this inning. Sprague, Borders, and Henderson. mentioned the possibility of Paul Molitor going in to play third base when the scene shifts to Philadelphia and the DH will not be employed. And Ed Sprague has a great attitude about that. He said, if that's what's best for the team, I am more than willing to go to the bench and allow Molitor to play. Molitor has to play somewhere.
Last time Molitor played third base on any regular basis was back in 1989. He played 112 games there that year. That's a long time to lay out and then come in on the World Series and try to defend that position. And if it were left field, it'd be different. First base, it would be different. But third base, very difficult.
Paul has joked that he'll be fine over at third base as long as the pitcher will cut off the throws across the infield and relay them on to first. Of course, there's a guy named Gary Sheffield who was coming through the Milwaukee organization that helped move Molitor away from third base and into a DH role. Schilling with a strikeout of Sprague for the first out of the seventh. Third strikeout of the night for Curt Schilling.
And the slider gets Sprague. Ed, as much as any of the Blue Jays, a high fastball hitter. He proved that in Game 2 of the series last year. His first World Series at bat, a home run off Jeff Reardon.
At Borders was the MVP of last year's World Series. Is 0 for 2 tonight. He's lined to first and struck out. And he was out ahead of that off-speed offering from Schilling. 0-2. Toronto leads 5-4. The Blue Jays bat in the seventh. One out of the base is empty. That's well hit up the middle. Duncan couldn't get it. And Borders has his first hit of the night. The Blue Jays seventh.
Good piece of hitting. Borders does not try to pull the slider. He hits it hard the other way, and it goes under the glove of Duncan.
Dalton returns to the home plate area after a trip to the mound. And the top of the order comes around again for the Blue Jays. Ricky Henderson digs in. He's 0 for 2 with a walk back in the first inning. Again, tough to tell where that one missed. Curt Schilling makes his home now in the Philadelphia area in New Jersey. We're up in Arizona, but he was born in Alaska. And as Pat O'Brien told you during the pregame show, he's the first native of Alaska to start Game 1 of the World Series. He's actually boasting of the northernmost birthplace of any Game 1 starter in World Series history. Anchorage sits on the 62nd parallel. It's amazing what they research when it comes to the World Series. Of course, all the talk about the Phillies and their appearance and the bellies and such. Well, they added together all the weights of the starting lineups, and the average Philadelphia starter weighs only 1.5 pounds more than the average Toronto starter.
Caption under one of the pictures here, and the Toronto Star was the Broad Street Bellies, a play on the Broad Street Bullies. Of course, the Philadelphia Flyers were classified as that back in the middle 70s. Bernie Perrant, Bobby Clark.
Maybe that's why Ferguson didn't start in Seville tonight. He wanted to keep the average down. The average weight of a Philadelphia starter tonight, 198.8 pounds. While the average Blue Jay starter's weight, 197.2. And there's a guy in the background who's an interesting figure in this series, Nick Leyva, formerly the Phillies manager. He managed Philadelphia for 2 seasons plus 13 games. and was replaced by Jim Fregosi. Now the Blue Jays third base coach. Payoff pitch to Henderson, line down the left field line. Borders will try for third and get there as the throw goes to second, holding Henderson to a long single. First and third with one out for Toronto in the 7th inning.
Nice play by Milt Thompson to cut this ball off, prevent it from hitting the fence, and throwing to the right base. That keeps the double play in order, but I think Jim Fregosi may go to the left-hander here. Swing Devon White around to the right side and give him a better pickoff move with Henderson on at first base.
David West will be the new pitcher when we come back.
In the game of life, there are a few things you can count on. You can count on adventure, for life is an adventure. You can count on excitement, if you care to go looking for it. You can count on the principles of flight. Attitude equals altitude. And you can count on your dreams. Only they will get you to the stars. Hobby World, for dreams and adventure.
Scotia Centre Mall, downtown Saskatoon. The mall on 2nd Avenue South and on 1st Avenue South. We're the mall that joins the avenues. Discover us. We're the mall with style, offering over 20 unique and distinct stores and services where you will find service with style, fashion with style, selection with style, and relaxing with style. Scotia Centre Mall, downtown Saskatoon. Discover our style.
A fall preview from Manhattan Casuals. Manhattan Casuals for men and women, Bayside, Saskatoon, and the Galleria, Regina.
Serious athlete or just staying in shape? Improve your overall fitness level by cross-training. Make it a part of your day-to-day fitness routine at any of Saskatoon's indoor leisure centers.
Kurt Schilling's night is over after 99 pitches, over 6 1/3 innings. He wasn't as effective certainly tonight as he was in his 2 starts in the National League Championship Series. And here's David West, who appeared in the '91 World Series for the Minnesota Twins. He didn't have a very easy time of it, as that line indicated. He's greeted by Devon White. Blue Jays trying to build on a 5-4 lead. They have runners at first and third with one out. First pitch from West, breaking ball up and away. That is Colleen White, Devon White's wife, looking on in the Blue Jays live section. The 1-0 with Henderson running was fouled away by White.
Devon White, his last at bat from the left side. Homers down the right field line, and you may remember in Game 6 of the American League Championship Series when Gene Lamont brought in a left-hander, Scott Radinsky. The first man he faced was Devon White, and he hit a home run, a solo shot, and then that ignited the Blue Jays. They blew out the White Sox, scoring 4 in the 9th.
Certainly Lamont made the percentage move. White has been a better hitter left-handed during the regular season. He hit only .254 right-handed as compared to .281 from the left, and Devon had only 3 of his 15 regular season home runs from the right side.
I said 4 in the 9th. The Blue Jays scored 3 in the 9th that last game at Chicago.
2 balls and 2 strikes. David West trying to erase the memory of his 2 appearances in that '91 World Series while with the Twins. He faced 6 batters and retired none. He allowed 2 walks and 4 hits, including a home run to Lonnie Smith. So his World Series ERA is infinity. Henderson runs again, and White fouled it off to the right.
I think if you run in a situation like this, of course Ricky Henderson knows that. I mean, 1,095 stolen bases during the season. But if you run, you have to make more sure than you would under normal circumstances, because if you get thrown out, you lose the sacrifice fly or fielder's choice that's going to plate a run that puts you 2 runs up.
Fans chanting Devo, Devo. That's Devon White's nickname. The 2-2 pitch. Well hit down the left field line. Fair ball. Borders in to make it a 2-run lead. Henderson to third. Throw to second. Not in time. And the Blue Jays lead 6-4.
Tight fastball, and it's fisted down the left field line. White had 42 doubles during the regular season, and he just has tremendous plate coverage right now. A world of confidence, and you can see it in his eyes.
One of the top hitters ever in the postseason, as we showed you earlier. And he has driven in 2 big runs for the Blue Jays tonight. Now a chance to break it open. They lead by 2. They have 2 men in scoring position. The infield in for the Phillies. And Roberto Alomar went spinning out of the way of ball 1.
Tell you, an option for Jim Fregosi right now is to walk Alomar and bring in Larry Anderson to pitch to Joe Carter. He's opted to pitch to Alomar. This is a dangerous situation for Jim Fregosi.
Alomar, the only Blue Jay not to reach base tonight. And if you are going to pitch to him, that's the reason why you stick with the left-handed pitcher. Roberto fared much better against right-handers. The 2-0. In the dirt, check swing. They wanted to peel down the first. Strike, says Paul Runge.
It appeared that he went around Alomar a little too anxious, and he goes too far. Nice play by Dalton on the scoop.
The 2-1, and David West fouled out of play to the right. The run in this inning charged to Kurt Schilling, and he's also responsible for Ricky Henderson standing at third. White at second, the responsibility of David West. The 2-2 pitch fouled out of play. He's been outstanding in this situation during his career in the postseason. West could use the strikeout. The 2-2. Ripped down the line, fair ball to score 2. Alomar has a double, and the Blue Jays have an 8-4 lead. And David West still hasn't gotten anybody out in World Series play.
6 straight Batters got on in 1991, and the first two here with doubles pulled down the line. First White and now Alomar. And remember, Fregosi did have the option of walking Alomar, but you know what he's looking at? He's looking at Alomar's production from the right side and opted to go that way.
Larry Anderson to pitch for Philadelphia after this.
Look, a rainbow! Over there! Oh, there! Don't you see it? I can, through my Panasonic Palm Quarter color viewfinder.
Where? I hardly noticed it through my black and white viewfinder, but I'm sure I got it on tape.
Great, let's go see. Do your camcorder tapes playing a VHS recorder?
No.
Oh, well, my palm quarter tapes will.
Oh.
So why didn't you just get a palm quarter?
I don't know.
The choice is obvious. The Panasonic Palm Quarter. Its tapes will play in your VCR.
We're giving it all we got now. Whatever it takes, we gotta make the moves.
Right now at Mazda, we're making all the moves to move the 93s with minimum discounts of $1,000 on 323, Protege, MX-6 Mystère, and Mazda trucks. A $2,000 minimum discount on 626 Kronos and the family-sized MPV. And a $4,000 minimum discount on the luxurious 929 Serenia. See dealers for details.
Whatever it takes, we gotta make the moves.
Right now at Tim Hortons, you can enjoy one of our many savory soups with a tea biscuit, coffee, and a donut for just $2.99. Or you can enjoy a fresh Tim Hortons sandwich with a coffee and a donut from just $3.69 to $4.49. You know, that's quite the soup deal for only $2.99. And a Tim Hortons sandwich deal from only $3.69? Wow! Tim Hortons mealtime deals. It's so nice to have a choice.
Choosing the right heating and cooling dealer used to be a real guessing game. Would he be a professional? Have the experience? A guy you can really trust? But now, with Lennox Quality Dealer Standards, Lennox products and dealers are an unbeatable team. So take the guesswork out of choosing a dealer. With Quality Dealer Standards, only from Lennox.
Attaboy, Dave.
David West faced two men and gave up two doubles. The first to White, the second to Alomar, and the new pitcher is Larry Anderson.
Larry Anderson, the oldest reliever in the National League. He's over 40. And he had a save in the National League Championship Series with no save during the season.
He did a very solid job during the regular season as the right-handed setup man for Jim Fregosi. And he's on to try to put out the fire. The Blue Jays have scored 3 times here in the 7th. And they have Alomar at second, still only 1 out. And the batter is Joe Carter.
That though, Larry Anderson with 64 appearances during the season, he had no saves, and then he saves one in the National League Championship Series. That has never been done, by the way, with pitchers who have had 25 or more appearances.
And Anderson saved that dramatic Game 5 win. Came on in the 10th after Lenny Dykstra had given the Phillies the lead with the home run in the top of the 10th inning off Mark Wohlers. He looked to second to keep Alomar close. Carter drove in a run in the 3rd with a sacrifice fly. He singled and scored in the 2nd. Chased the ball out of the strike zone. Same pitch and same result, 1-2.
I think Joe's going to see that pitch again. That's a slider down and away, and that's the slot the effective slot for Larry Anderson. Away to right-handers, and the more he gets ahead, the more he'll move off the plate. So if you're Joe Carter now, I think you ought to be looking away.
Alomar takes off. Carter strikes out. Dalton doesn't try the throw. So Anderson went right back to the same pitch to get Carter for the second out of the inning. And Alomar a stolen base.
Alomar had 15 steals of third on the season. He and Ricky Henderson tied for the most. I think had Carter not swung at the ball, then Dalton goes ahead and makes the throw. But because after Carter swung, there are 2 outs, there's no sense in taking the chance of throwing to third.
And they will intentionally walk John Olerud, who homered his last time up. This is nothing new. Olerud was intentionally walked 33 times during the regular season. But you don't gain much with number 19 standing in the on-deck circle. He spoke of Anderson's performance in Game 5, and it was memorable. He said he was extraordinarily nervous when he took the mound, was shaking like a leaf, and was really rushing, not taking his time between pitches. And Darren Dalton went out to the mound and said to him, "Hey, listen, Larry, the beer's on ice. It's still going to be cold when the game's over. Take your time." And they had a chuckle, and Anderson settled down and got out of the inning with the save, and the Phillies had a big win. They took the 3-2 lead back to Philadelphia in 1-6.
How about that, though? It's a question of choosing your poison. You know, you walk Olerud to get to Molitor.
Went from the leading hitter in the league this year to the second leading hitter. Molitor 1 for 3 tonight. An infield single and an RBI back in the second. Ball 1, low and away. Molitor is the 8th batter of the inning. Blue Jays lead 8-4 in Game 1. Game 2 is tomorrow night, airtime 8 Eastern time here on CBS, with first pitch scheduled for 8:29. Terry Mulholland, the lefty, for the Phillies. Dave Stewart, the MVP of the ALCS with his 2-0 record against Chicago, will be on the mound for Toronto. Molitor tried to surprise with a bunt, and he fouled it off.
Catching Dave Hollins back at third base, and if nothing else, that'll bring Hollins in. Wow. That's including his hit tonight.
Eight for Toronto. We're in the 7th inning. Runners at first and third with 2 outs. The 1-1. Well hit to left. Thompson drifting back at the wall. And a great catch. Reminiscent of his catch off Mark Lemke in the League Championship Series. Milt Thompson to the wall to take an extra base hit away from Paul Molitor.
Watch the world's biggest event on CTV this winter, the Olympic Games.
Gotta tell you about the SaskTel Long Distance Windfall Call Contest. Keep track of your long distance calls. When you've made 5, send them in to win. Or order one of these SaskTel Long Distance Savings Plans. You could win a new Pontiac Grandette. Or one of 2 Macintosh computers from Apple. Or one of hundreds of great prizes from SaskTel. Make every call count with the SaskTel Long Distance Windfall Call Contest. Entry forms in your mail or at SaskTel Telmarts.
Read my lips. No. Another friend wanting Super Bowl tickets? Please don't call me. Pick up a case of Bud or call this number. In every specially marked case of Bud, there's a scratch and win card. Get a winning card and you've won 2 tickets to the Super Bowl. Hotel and cash included. Of course, if your sister's husband did go to school with the guy who used to feed my next-door neighbor's cousin's goldfish, give me a shout. But your chances are better playing the Bud Big events. No!
Will we ever look forward to Mondays? What about mowing the lawn or going to the dentist? What about driving a station wagon? Will that ever be fun? Introducing the Volvo 850 Sports Wagon.
For 47 years, millions of Canadians have relied on Canada Savings Bonds to help build their dreams. Whatever your goals in life, make them happen with safe, secure, cashable Canada Savings Bonds. Buy yours wherever you bank or invest from October 18th to November 1st.
Labatt presents the World Series on CTV. Sponsored by SaskTel.
Three for the Blue Jays tonight. Sparky Anderson says you can't pitch to the top 6 hitters in the Blue Jays order without expecting to be damaged by them. And the 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters have combined for 6 of the 8 runs batted in. The Phillies have stranded 8 runners, including the bases loaded in the 6th. And here's the catch that kept it a ball game. If Milt Thompson doesn't come up with that one, it's a 6-run game.
Well, that's a fine play by Thompson, and certainly you're right, Sean, reminiscent of the ball hit by Lemke off of Mitch Williams.
So it's a 4-run deficit facing Philadelphia with 2 innings remaining. Ricky Jordan to the plate, and he's quickly in the hole 0-2. He's 1 for 3. He singled to right off Al Leiter in the 6th. He struck out his first 2 times up tonight. That was against Juan Guzman. Pete Incaviglia has moved into the on-deck circle to hit for Thompson. And Kevin Stocker is due up. Still 0-2 on Jordan. Al Leiter has pitched 2 scoreless innings of relief. He retired the side in order last inning. Ball and 2 strikes. Well hit, but right at Sprague. Bobbled it momentarily. We still had plenty of time to throw out Jordan with as sharply as that ball was hit. 1 out in the 8th inning.
The hops are more predictable on the artificial surface. That ball on top of Sprague so quickly, it hit the heel of the glove, popped out. But the hops have been going the Blue Jays' way the last couple of innings.
Perhaps only fitting that they should get the hops since their team is owned by a brewery. The Labatt Brewing Company. Incaviglia batting for Thompson. Minky at .274 during the regular season with 89 runs batted in only 116 games. He tried to abort the swing. It was much too late. 0-2. We talk about the hops, and there should be predictable hops throughout this series. This will be an all artificial turf World Series, only the 4th World Series in history in which all the games will be played on the fake grass.
And the first one since 1987 when the Twins and the Cardinals met. The Twins beating St. Louis in 7.
And the only World Series the Phillies have won was the first, played entirely on artificial turf in 1980 when they beat Kansas City. This is the 4th World Series played entirely on artificial turf. And Pete Incaviglia fortunate to still be standing at home plate. Davey Phillips looked like he was about to ring him up and then thought better of it. up in the Toronto bullpen. Here's their ace closer. For Toronto in the top of the 8th. 1 out of the bases empty. Al Leiter's 2-2 is inside. Looked like he tried to get a little extra on that one. Didn't look like a big gum night though. Maybe what? 8 or 10?
8 to 10.
Nowhere near as high as 30. Near the dugout. Borders has a play and makes it. Two down in the 8th, and all of a sudden Al Leiter has retired 6 in a row.
That's since that play by Alomar when he went behind second base with runners on at first and second, and it saved at least 1 run after saving a run the inning before. There's something about pitching and defense, how it can keep things close and give you a chance to catch up and come from behind. And that's what the Blue Jays have done. They haven't come from behind, but they did come from that 4-4 score in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Kevin Stocker 0 for 2 with a walk. We showed you during the Budweiser game summary the effectiveness of the Blue Jay batters 2 through 5. The bottom part of the Phillies order has not had a good night. With that base hit by Stocker, batters 6 through 9 are 2 for 15 for the Phillies.
Only Ricky Jordan and Kevin Stocker in the bottom 4 have hits. Jordan a harmless single. He was erased on a double play in the 6th inning, and now the 2-out single by Stocker.
He's at first for Lenny Dykstra. Lenny singled his last time up. He walked and scored in the 1st inning. Blue Jays have 10 hits. Philadelphia now with 9. Lenny Dykstra with 6 postseason home runs. Only Jose Canseco, Kirk Gibson, and Dave Henderson have more among active players. We talked at the top of the broadcast tonight about the likelihood of this being a high-scoring series with these 2 proficient run-producing teams. 12 runs tonight, the most in the first game of a World Series since 1980, when the Phillies beat Kansas City 7-6. That'd be what, about 13 runs?
You got it, baby. Bob Walk was the winning pitcher in that game, as a matter of fact. He was a rookie starting for the Phillies.
Boy, took one shoe off to figure that out. Alomar couldn't come up with the ball in shallow right, and Dykstra is aboard at first. Robbie, who has made a couple of outstanding plays tonight, nearly made another, but Dykstra is safe, and they have scored that an error on Alomar. It was a tough chance, but one ordinarily he gobbles up.
And after the error, he does have the presence of mind. After he drops the ball, it is a routine play. Like a frog hopping from one pad to the other. That ball giggoping out of that glove. An error on Alomar. He did have the presence of mind to try to throw behind the runner at second. And Dwayne Ward's going to be seen for the first time in the series.
Love the Sable. It's just beautiful. I feel very elegant in the car. I feel very elegant standing beside the car.
It's got climate control, V6 power.
I love power.
You could lease the wagon or the sedan for the same price.
I need comfort. I drive 60,000, 70,000 kilometers a year.
We were out at the movies the other night, and we had 6 adults in the vehicle.
The Sable has dual airbags.
Great styling. A little finer than the style of my tennis game, I'd have to say that for sure. I can get the ball back, but I don't look all that pretty.
Without a doubt.
Isn't it nice to know you can now enjoy cafe-style cappuccino instantly, right in your home, from Nescafe.
This is the office where our Ford truck engineers get a lot of work done. Because by knowing firsthand how a full-size pickup ought to work, they can make it work even better. That's why the Ford F-Series now has a new standard airbag, standard anti-lock brakes, and constant ideas to make tough even tougher. More proof that at Ford, we're looking ahead and looking to stay ahead. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough.
For a woman's skin, you've never seen anything like it. It was discovered at the Pond's Institute. Pond's New Dramatic Results capsules with the miracle of Nutrium, a complex containing essential moisturizers naturally found in healthy, young skin. You'll feel the difference. Your skin's appearance is revitalized in seconds. Pond's New Dramatic Results capsules.
Dwayne Ward on a save situation for Toronto. He talked yesterday about his pitching philosophy.
I try to get a different look with my breaking ball each time I see a guy. To right-handers, it's going to be primarily something that is going to be down and away from them. But sometimes, I'll drop in for a strike. Just let these guys know that, yes, I will throw it for a strike on you if you're not careful. And to left-handers, it's a dangerous pitch because if you do hang it, they have a good tendency of hitting it out of the ballpark.
Ward, the closer this year, once Tom Henke decided to move along to Texas via free agency. Ward, for so many seasons, the effective setup man for Henke. And in the role of closer, he has performed brilliantly. He led the league with those 45 saves. Tying run in the on-deck circle. So this is just about the most generous save opportunity a closer can be afforded. And that tying run in the on-deck circle is John Kruk. 8-4 Toronto. Phillies trying to rally with 2 outs in the 8th inning. Big swing by Duncan. He's been a standout tonight with 3 hits. But Ward is ahead of him 0-2. The second pitch, a 93-mile-per-hour fastball. Kevin Stocker, the runner at second. Lenny Dykstra at first. The error by Alomar, his first ever in the postseason, in 24 postseason games. Duncan, 2-shot foul off the end of the bat.
Interesting when you talk about the saves of Dwayne Ward. When he came in the 9th inning this year, he was 41 for 41. However, when he came in the 8th inning, he was only 4 for 10. All 6 blown saves this year was when he came in the 8th inning.
To Duncan. Check swing, strike 3, says Davy Phillips. And Ward comes on to quickly put out the fire. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 8-4 Toronto.
Now, with a Coca-Cola Sports Break, here's Rod Black.
And the Blue Jays only 3 outs away from taking game 1 of this series. Let's catch up on the National Hockey League tonight right now. First to Winnipeg, Ed Belfour of the Hawks sending the puck along the boards. And then Nelson Emerson playing a little Robbie Alomar here. Catches the puck and then tries to, it looks like, throw it in the net. The puck ends up in the net. It was awarded a goal. In overtime, the Jets win. Darryl Sutter is still screaming in Winnipeg, we think. The Jets shut out the Hawks in overtime. Washington ends its winless streak to start the season. Al Iafrate, the winning goal in front of Grant Fuhrer. The Capitals now 1-6. 4-3 over the Sabres. Around the horn, Quebec beats Montreal. Tampa Bay over Ottawa. Toronto 6-0, beating Detroit. Vancouver over Edmonton. The Devils 5-0 to start the season. Pittsburgh wins. Dallas shuts out St. Louis. Philadelphia on top of the Rangers and a couple of partials. The Kings lead the Flames, and the Bruins and Sharks are scoreless. If the lead holds up, Dave Stewart goes tomorrow night up 1-0. I asked him if the Phils scare him.
I'm not afraid of very many baseball teams. I respect their ball club,
but I'm not afraid of very many teams. I've done a lot in this ball game, and the things that I've done have been because I have given teams their respect, but I respect myself most of all and my abilities to be able to get things done, and so I'm just going to go out and do what I have to do.
That's tomorrow night, but let's get now back to tonight.
It looks European, definitely European in style.
He hugs you, there's lots of room.
It's very inviting and comfortable.
Transversely mounted V6.
If I want to be by myself, I won't go upstairs and read. I will go for a drive. It would be a winding road, trees, mountains. There would have to be water.
I love the way this thing corners. Responses in this car are smooth. I could drive this car all day. You just made a dream come true.
Welcome back to Toronto. George Brett of the Kansas City Royals recently retired, threw out the ceremonial first pitch, and we now join him here in the commissioner's box, or what should be the commissioner's box, but since there isn't a commissioner, we're down here with Bud Selig. Anyway, George, what is your assessment of this game in this series?
Well, I've seen the Blue Jays play about 13 times this year and have played against them for a long time. They're a great ball club. I haven't seen Philadelphia play with the exception on TV. It's kind of going the way I thought it would right now.
How about Robbie Alomar? He's had some kind of night.
Yeah, he saved a lot of runs. Had the big key hit double, I think, the last inning, and he is right now my MVP of the ballgame.
George, would you ever consider getting into managing?
Well, that's one of the reasons I retired, because I got tired of the travel. So right now I'm looking forward to my job as vice president of baseball operations for the Royals, and who knows, in 3 or 4 years I might miss the traveling and then want to do it, but right now, no, I don't want to be a manager.
George, it's great to see you. Enjoy the series.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you.
Sean?
Thank you, Jim. Thanks to George Brett as well. Roger Mason is on the mound, new pitcher for Philadelphia. You got Tony Fernandez to line to center on the first pitch of the inning. And now Ed Sprague is at the plate with a count of 1-1. Those are the numbers posted by Mason, dividing his time between San Diego and Philadelphia. Came over to the Phillies in a midseason trade. Pete Incaviglia remains in the game in left field. Sprague looked at a ball, 2-1.
Funny seeing George Brett. You think the last time the Phillies played in a World Series, it was 1980, the year that George Brett had his best year. Hit .390 that year, and it was hitting .400 in late September.
Kruk. An officer run a little interference and gave the gentleman a pat on the back. We talked earlier about how the Toronto papers have picked up kind of where the Atlanta papers left off, poking fun at the appearances of the Philadelphia Phillies. Well, yesterday the Toronto City Council passed an ordinance allowing bars, as Sprague strikes out, in the city of Toronto to stay open an hour later tonight and tomorrow night. Ordinarily, taverns in the city of Toronto required to close at 1 a.m. and they'll be allowed tonight and tomorrow night to stay open until 2 a.m. And there was a cartoon in the Toronto paper, a sketch of John Kruk with a large belly, and said, "Can you believe they changed the laws just to accommodate me?" Of course, if you want a libation after the game, you don't have to go very far here with the Hard Rock Cafe out in right center field. Pat Borders upset with himself after an ugly swing, 0-2.
Well, it's the Phillies who are between a rock and a hard place tonight. They trail by 4. Roger Mason trying to hold the Blue Jays down until...
I liked that one, by the way, and Buzz Hannon, our stage manager, groaned when you said that.
He did?
He did. It's his birthday. Show the man some respect. Again, playing on that theme. Friendly warning from the locals to the men from Philadelphia. 2-2 the count on Borders. He's 1 for 3. He started a 3-run rally in the 7th with a 1-out single and scored the first of the 3 runs. Roger Mason, the 4th pitcher of the night for the Phillies. Chopped down to third. Hollins throws him out. So we go to the ninth. Last chance for the Phillies. Kruk, Hollins, and Dalton do up. It's 8-4 Toronto.
The Blues, now they have this energy, this intensity. It's when the sun goes down and the Blues, they come out to play.
Like all great blues, ours have a quality that comes from the heart of the country.
That's cool.
It happens about 52 times a year, generally after the second cup of coffee. It's called Saturday. And for a lot of people, it means a trip to Canadian Tire, where Canadians can buy products they're proud to own at the price they want to pay. Top quality, guaranteed low prices. Maybe that's why people have been coming back for over 70 years of Saturdays. And all the other fine days, too. There's a lot more to Canadian Tire for a lot less.
What if, from your PC, you could command any computer in your organization, no matter who made it? You could recruit the system down the hall, ask the mainframe to fetch applications elsewhere, then tell the printer to print. And if the one company that lets you do this would service not just their computers, but your entire network, could you imagine working with anyone else?
It looks European, definitely European in style.
He hugs you, there's lots of room.
It's very inviting and comfortable.
Transversely mounted V6.
If I want to be by myself, I won't go upstairs and read. I will go for a drive. It would be a winding road, trees, mountains. There would have to be water.
I love the way this thing corners. Responses in this car are smooth. I could drive this car all day. You just made a dream come true.
Game 1 of the World Series. The Philadelphia Phillies have enjoyed the lead in this game on 3 occasions, but 3 times Toronto battled back to tie, and then the Blue Jays took the lead in the 6th and 7th innings. Tonight's coverage of the 1993 World Series, produced by Bob Degas, directed by Bob Fishman. Our associate director is Steve Shear. The coordinating producer of Baseball 93 is Eric Mann. Baseball 93 is produced by George Barris. The senior producer of CBS Sports is Ed Gorin. And the executive in charge of production is Rick Gentile. John Kruk, the leadoff hitter for Philadelphia. He was retired for the first time tonight in his last at bat when he struck out against Al Leiter to end the 6th. Kruk has 2 singles and a walk. He has driven in 2 and scored 1. Wayne Ward's first pitch of the 9th outside. Kruk, Hollins, and Dalton due up. Two and 0.
Dwayne Ward finished in the shadow of Tom Hinkie for 5 years before finally being given the job of short reliever. Hinkie with 40 saves with Texas this year, and Ward with 45. Think of how many years earlier Dwayne Ward could have been given the job and been successful. He has just had a remarkable year.
He was the first Blue Jay ever to lead the American League in saves with his 45 this year. Battled back from 2-0 to the 2-2 pitch. Check swing, bouncer down the line. Sprague on the run, throws it away. It got by Olerud, tracked down by Alomar, and even though he's still chasing after it, Kruk just now takes off for second and gets there ahead of the throw. Took John Kruk a long time to realize that that ball was rolling with plenty of momentum and foul ground off first, out toward the right field corner.
I would imagine it will be scored an infield hit and an error on Ed Sprague. Of course, when you're 4 runs down, you want to make sure you're not thrown out trying to advance a base. You have to play more of a passive game. Sprague would have had the throw been on line. The ball appears to scoot under the glove of John Olerud. And it just kept going and going and going, and Alomar couldn't catch up to it. Kruk finally went to second.
They have posted an error for the Blue Jays, their third of the night. They have not yet posted a hit. Ward's first pitch to Hollins at 97 miles per hour on our gun. Hollins 0 for 3 with a walk back in the first inning. As the starter Guzman. 0-2. It has been scored a hit and an error now. An infield hit for Kruk, his third hit of the night. And the error on Sprague, the third Toronto error. And Holland stays alive at 0-2. Aaron Dalton is on deck. So each team has 10 hits. Dirt blocked by Borders. That kept Kruk at second. Ward facing Hollins. Both men were all-stars for the first time in their careers this year. Ward's appearance in the All-Star game in Baltimore overshadowed by all of the theatrics surrounding Mike Messina of Baltimore. He is warming up in the ninth inning while Ward was on the mound. Hollins strikes out. One out in the ninth. Game 2 tomorrow night. 8 o'clock airtime here on CBS. That's Eastern time. And the first pitch at 8:29. Again, the pitching matchup. Terry Mulholland for Philadelphia and Dave Stewart, a former Philly, for Toronto. There's Mulholland, unless things change here in a hurry. Will be pitching tomorrow night with his team trailing in the series 1-0. Aaron Dalton took strike one at the knee.
And unless things change for the Toronto Blue Jays, they will continue to have problems with left-handed pitchers. That's why Jim Fregosi is throwing 2 left-handers against Toronto, because the Blue Jays against left-handed starters this year were 22 and 25.
Dalton with a home run cut. He foul-tipped it into the mid of Borders. And that record for Toronto against left-handed starters, the worst record versus lefty starters by any World Series team in the last 55 years. And that's a note Jim Fregosi is well aware of. The 0-2 struck him out. And that was one of those pitches Ward talked about in the soundbite that you heard when he first came into the ball game. The slider down on the back foot of a left-handed hitter.
That's the similar pitch on which he got Dave Hollins. 2 sliders down and into the left-handers. And what that does when he comes in a very close game in the future, if that situation exists, it allows him to throw the fastball away from the left-handers because they'll be conscious of the breaking ball.
Fastball in tight to Eisenreich. He's 0 for 4, has struck out twice, including his last at bat. All 3 outs recorded by Dwayne Ward have come via the strikeout. That gives him 30 strikeouts now and 21 postseason innings in his career, the best ratio, as you saw, in postseason history. A 1-1 to Eisenreich. Well, that's just not fair when you throw it 97 and then follow it up with that. The Blue Jays 1 strike away from winning game 1. The 1-2 pitch. Eisenreich laid off it.
Or you could see the eyes of Dwayne Ward, how much he wants it. He is sniffing out the save right now.
He tried and go an inning in the third with 4 strikeouts. All the outs on K's. Very close, but now the count is full. And should Eisenreich reach, Ricky Jordan would bat next. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled away to the left. Another 97-mile-per-hour fastball from Ward. 29-year-old right-hander, 6'4", 225 pounds, a native of New Mexico. Makes his home now in the offseason in Las Vegas. He is an offseason golf companion of Greg Maddux, the Atlanta Braves. The payoff pitch. Eisenreich still alive. The crowd didn't realize that Borders didn't squeeze the foul tip. The Blue Jays lead 8-4 with 2 outs in the top of the 9th. Phillies have John Kruk at second base. Another 3-2 pitch. Little lob and a base hit down the left field line. Kruk around to score, and it's 8-5, and that puts the tying run in the on-deck circle for Philadelphia.
That's a terrific at-bat by Jim Eisenreich, working the count to 3-2, fouling off a couple of nasty pitches. Down the left field line, allowing Kruk to score. First RBI of the series for Jim Eisenreich. First ever, as a matter of fact. This being his first season. And now it's up to Ricky Jordan to get on deck for Pete Incaviglia. If Jordan gets on, Incaviglia would represent the tying run.
Jordan bounced one foul past Larry Boa in the third base coach's box. Ricky's 1 for 4. He singled in the 6th off Al Leiter. There's Incaviglia representing the tying run in the on-deck circle. The head one flying out, and the count is 0-2 on Jordan. The fans are back on their feet. The 0-2. Well outside.
That was a hanger there. That ball was hittable. Just stayed up in the strike zone, and Jordan fouled it back.
And at the very least, the Phillies are extending Ward here in the 9th, which might reduce his effectiveness tomorrow night. Eisenreich batted him. Eisenreich takes off for second. Fly ball to right. Carter started in. Now he's back to make the catch. And game 1 of the 1993 World Series goes to the Toronto Blue Jays. The final score, Toronto 8 and Philadelphia 5. We'll have more from Skydome right after this.
Which is the best pitcher you've ever faced?
The one with McCain Punch.
Catch the taste of McCain Frozen Punch. In orange, berry, and fruit punch. McCain Punch is made with real fruit juices to deliver real fruit taste, which makes McCain the punch of champions, like Roberto Alomar.
Catch the taste.
Catch the real fruit taste of McCain Punch.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Debbie Forrester. Watch for the Lottery Winning Numbers show Monday through Saturday nights following the CTV News. I'll be announcing the winning numbers for Pick 3, Lotto 649, and the Plus. See you then, and good luck.
Hello, I'm Keith Morrison. The Toronto Blue Jays and Philadelphia Phillies meet this weekend for baseball's crown jewel, the World Series. Can the Jays bring another one home? Our sports panel will assess the team's chances on Monday on Canada AM.
There are some things parents will never hear.
Mom, would it be okay if I went to bed early tonight?
Things that would be too good to be true.
Would anyone mind if I vacuum the stairs?
Luckily, some things are good and true, like the McDonald's family-sized pepperoni pizza. Smothered in cheese and pepperoni for only $5.99 or 2 for $10. Every day.
No dessert for me, Mom. I don't deserve it.
The family-sized pepperoni pizza. It's a parent's dream come true.
Labatt presents the World Series on CTV. Sponsored by Labatt Blue. Honest and true, you bet it's blue. Imperial Oil and Esso Associates. You're on your way with Esso. Your local bottler of Coca-Cola. Always the real thing. Always Coca-Cola.
One goes to the Toronto Blue Jays by a count of 8-5. The Chevrolet player of the game is Roberto Alomar. He was only 1 for 4 at the plate, although his one hit was a big one, a 2-run double in the 7th inning. But Alomar, our selection, in large part because of his defense tonight. He had 2 big defensive plays. And besides, if George Brett says he's the pick, who are we to argue?
Yeah, that's right.
With a surefire Hall of Famer. And Roberto is standing by down on the field with Jim Gray. Jim?
All right, thank you, Sean. I am with Roberto Alomar. Roberto, you had 2 sensational plays in the 5th and 6th inning in the field. Was this your best night in the field?
Well, I think so. Postseason and World Series, yeah, this is my best night. I've been having a lot of fun out there. I think so. You have to be able to play good defense to win a lot of games. And today I proved that defense is a real important part of the game.
The team battled back. You were down by 2 runs, 2-0. Was there any concern on the bench?
Well, it's no concern. We have a good offensive team. You know, all we need to do is just get the top man on base. And if they get on base, do the bottom line, let them do the job. And today we get some key hit when we need to. And we play good baseball.
Roberto, thank you. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night. Sean?
And a tip of the cap to Al Leiter as well, who pitched 2 2/3 innings of scoreless relief. Now for Tim McCarver, Pat O'Brien, and Jim Gray, I'm Sean McDonough saying so long from Skydome. The final score of Game 1, Toronto 8 and Philadelphia 5.
Has been a special presentation of CTV Sports.
So feed your dog a consistent diet of one nutritious dog food. Purina Dog Chow every day.
It was one of the most terrifying, noble, deeply dividing moments of our American memory. A battle of brother against brother. It was a struggle for freedoms. It was a fight for how life used to be and would never be again. It is a story that touches us all. Civil War Journal, hosted by Danny Glover. Wednesday on A&E.
It began with all the trappings of a Sunday afternoon sporting event. But when the smoke cleared from Bull Run, it revealed the first casualties of America's bloodiest war. 130 years after it began, the Civil War has lost none of its power to move us. I'm Jim McPherson, and I'd like to send you this compelling history, the Civil War Chronicles, as a free gift for trying American Heritage magazine. American Heritage is history with all the impact of this morning's paper. American Heritage is first-hand history. It's personal history of the underrated Americans who made a difference and of the famous who may have made less of a difference than you think. What should we tell our children about Vietnam? American Heritage had 52 answers. American Heritage is as diverse as the American experience. And right now I invite you to try it without obligation.
Call this toll-free number now and receive 10 issues of American Heritage for 3 monthly installments of $9.97. If you're not completely satisfied with your first issue, simply write cancel on your bill and owe nothing. Or keep American Heritage coming and receive the Civil War Chronicles free.
From Tombstone to Dodge City, the epic saga of the legendary people and places that made the West wild. The true stories of a time long ago. The real West, All new episodes hosted by Kenny Rogers. Time well spent. Thursday on A&E.
A&E's David L. Wolper Presents is brought to you in part by Office Depot, taking care of business with guaranteed low prices on thousands of brand name office supplies.
I'm David Wolper. With the world becoming politically more complex each day, the United Nations peacekeeping mandate is being tested as never before. Its forerunner, the League of Nations, often looked the other way when there was trouble, and bigger trouble always followed. Our film recalls the tragic consequences of its failure to act when Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935. Mussolini was bent on crushing the defenseless East African nation simply to bolster his army's morale and his own ego. As Hitler watched from the sidelines, Il Duce bombed and gassed King Haile Selassie's people into submission. No country answered the king's call for help. The seeds of World War II had been sown. The second part of our film vividly documents another example of a moral issue tragically resolved. The story of Henri Pétain, France's greatest hero of World War I. In 1940, at the age of 84, he accepted the leadership of the Nazis' puppet government in France. He believed it was a patriotic gesture. Others felt it was treason. But first, Mussolini practices modern warfare on a primitive Ethiopia.
If a single nation is conquered by force, it becomes the concern of all the world. Sure of this principle, Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, has come before the League of Nations to plead for help against an aggressor. A gentle king, he has seen his country hurled into a war it did not seek and could not fight. A war begun to enrich a nation and glorify a single man. It is the war Benito Mussolini began, but in time, the entire world would pay dearly for it. This is a story of men in crisis. In the summer of 1935, more than 250,000 soldiers are ordered to Africa by Benito Mussolini, dictator of Italy. Mussolini prepares to crush the kingdom of Ethiopia. So begins a war of conquest, launched with the sole purpose of achieving for Italy the start of a new Roman Empire. Primitive but fiercely independent, Ethiopians rally behind Emperor Haile Selassie. An articulate and educated leader, he knows that his nation cannot win a 20th century war, for his people have just begun to emerge from the dark ages. Too proud to surrender in the coming conflict, he will witness the undoing of all he sought to achieve in 20 years as king and regent of Ethiopia. Haile Selassie, a member of Ethiopia's ruling family, assumes the title of regent in 1916 after a brief and bloody civil war. A visionary, perhaps a dreamer, he longs to modernize a backward land, but it will be years before he can fully unite Ethiopia under his rule. Benito Mussolini, the footloose son of a village blacksmith, abandons a teaching career, and in a longing for adventure and recognition, he turns to politics. A one-time socialist, he helps found a new party called the Fascists. And in 1922, out of the confusion of Italian politics, the fascists, led by Mussolini, spring to prominence. He inadvertently triggers a revolution. A fiery agitator, his cry for a mass march on Rome is taken up throughout Italy and succeeds in toppling a shaky government. A stunned but delighted Benito Mussolini suddenly finds that he is premier of Italy. April 1930. The imperial palace in Addis Ababa is surrounded by the private guard of Haile Selassie, regent of Ethiopia. After years of court intrigue, the chiefs of Ethiopia's many tribes are united behind Selassie, and he now declares himself emperor. At his coronation, he is crowned Haile Selassie I, elect of God, king of the kings of Ethiopia. The royal family dates itself, according to legend, from the union of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. By virtue of this legend, Emperor Haile Selassie will be called the Lion of Judah. He rules a nation still living by ancient customs, where barter is the way of commerce and poverty is the way of life.